KUAMFM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
So usually I was taking my mom to chemo every morning, and her appointment usually ran during the time that you guys are running, so we're stuck listening to it, and then we got into it. You guys are the voice of the people, the investigators, the truth.
Wow, Ray, thank you so much for that. And our thoughts and prayers. How's your mom doing, man?
She's good now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to chemo anymore, so I'm kind of missing the link a lot.
Wow, well, you miss a link, you miss a lot, like they say. But thanks for the support, man.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, hasta.
All right, bye.
Okay.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Where you are in Lakish, Alakin. greater purpose is not in the killing, not in how cool you is, not in the bling you rock, not how much money you got. Live up to your calling, that's real strength, my darling. Change, remember, reflect, center, seeking pleasure, peace, strengthening courage, humble flourish, balance, remedy. For your people, we rise up, we rise up. For your people, we rise up, we rise up. For your people, we rise up, we rise up. For your people, we rise up, we rise up.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
She's always quiet in the morning. She speaks the loudest in my dreams. I feel safe inside the waters. I keep a promise by the sea.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Prime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Promise when I leave, I'll be coming back real soon. My last song, I don't wanna go, but I gotta get my room. My last song, I'll be coming home to you. I'll be coming home to you. I'll be coming home to you. sombran zaten e su ita saluda antes de niga Ratzaus and malak estrezas Turetin todo imemu A nogi distancia Como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata caighi pues atten fanni bandera co Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi Amoru puritanota kantai matunanya gitoru ilugat para honra para gloria abibais la sin para honra para gloria abibais la sin para todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. Cause when the men come, there will be no doom, yeah. Have pity on those whose chances grow thin up, Jah. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. You see me, one love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Let them pass all their dirty remarks. There is one question I really love to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinners who has hurt all mankind just to save his own beliefs? One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright.
Good morning, Guam.
Wow.
That was really long.
Good
That
morning.
was a new record. That was 15 seconds.
Wow. Longest 15 seconds of your life.
Okay, you look like you're about to pass out, actually.
No, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Your
I'm
face
good.
is all red.
No, I'm good. I'm good, guys. Hey, good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
Morning, Sabrina.
Hey, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How was your night last night?
Okay, so when I got home, I zoomed into the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees meeting,
Oh, wow.
but
I
I
bet
fell
they were happy to see you.
asleep. I fell asleep.
What?
Yeah, and I woke up around 7:50, I think it was, and I realized I was still in the Zoom meeting.
Oh, wait, you weren't watching the YouTube live broadcast. You were actually in the meeting and you fell asleep?
The Zoom meeting, but I made sure my video wasn't on, and
Nice.
I made sure my audio wasn't on.
Was
either.
it that boring?
No, I was just tired.
Okay, now, this may be a little bit TMI, but I've seen you when you sleep. We've traveled. We went to New York for an award ceremony for journalism.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to know that you snore when you sleep.
No, I don't.
You do snore. I hope.
Okay.
Okay,
dude.
your camera was off, right? Was your mic off too? Because oh my god.
Yes, I think so.
You're like sawing the wood right there. Like if
I
you're
think
like REM
Peter
sleep.
was in the meeting too, so hopefully he would have messaged me if I was.
I hope he got your back. I mean, but you were sleeping, so even if he did message you, it's like,
No, and you know what people are? They're like, hey guys, whose audio is that? Oh, that's Sabrina. Like, can someone please message her and tell her? But wait a minute first. Screen share. Screen record.
well, we're glad.
The discussion was interesting. I mean, they were talking about the part that I logged in on was when they were talking about the finances over at the Guam Memorial Hospital, and they were recognized by the AGA, the Association of Government Accountants, for improved finances or something like that. And then I tried to listen some more because the GMH, they applied for, I think it was CARES Act funding some kind of federal funding. There's like all this billions of dollars available, and so GMH applied for it, and so.
And yet you fell asleep during this riveting meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, you did have a very long day.
Yeah.
Oh, are we burying the lead by not showing love to One Love, because the song that you were playing was very deliberately picked.
Yeah. No, we got all show, bro. There's no hurry, at our own pace.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, let's start off by thanking Dr. Michael of the One Love Pediatrics and the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group.
We are rocking some fresh mask gear.
They're so comfortable. They feel so good. They're 2-ply antimicrobial fabric face masks.
Is that how you say?
2-ply.
I was like microbial.
You said microbial. Yo, you put on your Instagram story
Yeah.
like, hey, here I am. I'm rocking the microbial. And I was like,
Yep. Boom.
wow. Okay, micro.
Is it microbial? I thought it was microbial. Okay.
If
Yeah,
you say
it's
micro and
yeah.
bile, people think you have a stomach ailment.
Don't ask me about pronunciation, guys.
Yeah, you've only got 23 years on the radio. You know,
Microbial.
No, but hey, thanks to our friend Dr. Michael for setting us up with these amazing masks.
They really do feel good.
And I'm pretty sure they're over at One Love Pediatrics there. Good morning, guys. It's the 29th day of October. Here on the link, The Breeze 93.9. Good morning to our viewers on Facebook Live, where we have all of our faves, our fan faves. Evelyn Feliva writes, heart emoji, prayer emoji, hibiscus emoji. We got Catty Pina. Good morning, half a day. Evelyn goes on to comment again. Good morning, Chris, Bree, and Jason. Greatest team at the link. Thank you.
Thank you. That means so much. Bev Tess J. Salas, who joins us each and every day. And by the way, it was Bev's birthday again a few days ago. So happy belated birthday, Bev. Saying, good morning, familia and KUM, and half a day from Today's Road. Where is Today's Road?
Chalampago.
Is it? Okay, nice.
Yeah. Today's Road. Chalan. Pago.
Ah, okay. Wow.
Debbie Davis over in is it Bardstown, Kentucky?
Bardstown, Kentucky.
Avide, Jason, Sabrina, Chris, all at KUAM, and say hi all to my island friends on Guam.
Absolutely. And you know what?
Hi,
Okay,
Debbie.
did you guys try Debbie's new name now is, as she said, Mama Bear's pancake recipe. She put it up there. It's in the comments. Go back on Tuesday's show. Did you try that, Brie? I know I put it in our chat, but
No, I didn't
I've never
think
actually
so.
seen a recipe leap off the page, or in this case, the WhatsApp screen, but that looked amazing.
Good morning, Mama Bear. We have Laura Roussel writes, half a day, everyone. Please be safe. Edwina Rodriguez. Good morning, Bree, Chris, and Jason. Half a day from Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Oh, Debbie also says, Jason, you just had to out Sabrina on snoring, and then she has a bunch of... Okay, and I'll be wearing this One Love mask because there is a good chance that after the show I may be missing a few teeth. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, Bree, at school, snoring is a sign of high intelligence.
Okay.
I just made that up. But
like,
Roberto
I'll take
Francassini. Buongiorno, Guam. Hey, and don't forget about it, Roberto. Good morning.
Gerard Camacho, did you guys read this? Half a day from Pennsylvania.
All right.
Emma Fernando Alalia writes, good morning, be safe. Prayer emoji. Drew Apatang. Good morning, Chris and Bree. Don't know what is forecast or discussion today, but I'm wondering if you could help me get an answer to a question. I sent an email, called Public Health, but haven't received a response. If someone was flying in from stateside and they brought in frozen goods or perishable items, would someone on Guam be able to receive those items while inbound passenger goes into quarantine?
That's a good question.
Asking for a friend. I wonder what it is they got. Maybe they got some like a Zuzu or... A good question. We asked Public Health this morning. Odie Duenas, good morning, Team KUAM from the capital of Hagåtña.
Nice. All right, I want to say a special shout out to all of our friends in the City of Angels because for the second time in 3 weeks, LA is world champion. Did you guys even know that there was a World Series going on?
I did yesterday.
Yeah. Game 6, the Dodgers prevailed 3-1 over the Tampa Bay Rays. Dodgers are once again your world champions for Major League
There you
Baseball.
go. No, shout out to former Congressman Underwood. He's a big Dodgers fan.
Is he now? I didn't know that.
Angel P. Quintanita Castro writes, good energy, brother Chris, always. Bev, what do we got here? J. Yayo Naran writes, half a day from Tacoma, Washington. Stay safe, Guam. Annie Guibas writes, half a day from Virginia.
Nice.
Miss Maria Gutierrez writes, "Good morning. What is for breakfast today? I don't know. Mrs. G, you tell us."
Okay.
What do you got, Bree?
I brought in a pumpkin spice pretzel slims from Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's.
My mom and my brother sent it to
Can
me.
someone on Guam please bring Trader Joe's to Guam, please?
It's not as good as the mango cheesecake pie that Miss Gutierrez dropped off yesterday.
Okay, can you
Mrs. G's fried rice recipe is
Can you
pretty
please
good.
describe the religious experience that sinking your teeth into Maria Gutierrez's mango cheesecake pie was? You got to go slow. I mean, you have to savor the flavor.
Adjectives.
It was good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jay.
It was good. It was delicious. It was creamy.
It was.
It was nice and sweet and juicy.
You could taste the local mango.
Oh, definitely.
The sweet against the tartness of that cheesecake. Oh, God.
For me, it was, I mean, I'm always about the crust.
Yeah.
You know, some people go with graham crackers. Other people go with, they like the grittiness because then it contrasts the creaminess of the cheesecake. But I was like, oh, man. Good
man.
job.
Mrs. G, that's what Jason thought of your cheesecake, Kellen. Oh, man.
Florencia Villagomez, if I can deflect that.
Kellen.
Oh, man.
What? There was a thing.
Need a ringtone of that, Jay. Oh, man.
Well, no, because George Takei from Star Trek, remember? He already got. Oh my.
One more time. You ready?
Yes.
Oh, man. Is that kind of weird? Is it getting me or is it getting hot in here? Oh, man. Mrs. G.
Technically, that's a little bit.
Your mango make a mango. Oh, man. When you make Jason Solis go, oh, man, because this guy uses the words really well. So when you get him down to just like, oh, man. Oy. Okay, guys, move on.
As opposed to as opposed to Webster's dictionary here, who said microbial. Okay, Florencia S. Villagomez sends a comment that is simply emoji. She sends a fig leaf or a olive branch, which of course implies peace and good relationships, and then a wonderful flower. I believe that's Putitanabu, and a seashell. A cup of coffee, a heart, the emoji with shades, and then the sunshine. Man, that's a complete day. Thank you, Florencia. That's positivity. Oh, okay. What is it now with the old man? Maria Gutierrez just all laughing emoji. Thank you, Chris. Okay, wait, one more time. Can we all get that? Okay,
yeah, you ready?
Old man on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh man.
Dude. You got to put the dude in there.
Dude.
All right. It's a kid's show,
I
guys.
like your thing where you go, your mango, make the mango.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Dude.
See, you got it.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
This is all on me now.
It's on you, bro.
Well,
hey, Gene Cepeda writes, "Half a day from Lacey, Washington. Kiko, good morning from Ventura, California." Florencia Villagomez writes, "We dodge typhoons."
Yep.
And Rosaline Alex Lador writes, "Good morning from Reno, Nevada. Go San Francisco Giants." Okay. And David Pangolin, Havade Guahan. David Pangolin here from Bremerton, Washington.
If you are a fan of the San Francisco Giants, yesterday and today, because the Dodgers won, of course, their arch rivals, it's a little bit of a salty day for you.
Good morning. It's 6:32. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're KUAM FM in Agatna, Guam. It's proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a whole village to raise a healthy and drug-free Guam. Here's what's coming up on the show. Pizza. Yes, with our Pepsi pizza report. I got to go to Capricciosa yesterday, or as the locals say, Caps. I went to Caps, so we're going to play that for you guys. It was really cool. Thank you, Pepsi. We're also getting Landon and I led from the National Weather Service, as there's a system out there. He told us about it on Monday. Remember, we started the week with Monday work week weather, and this is a situation, and Landon was like, hey, can you come on? And he was more than happy to. So we'll tell you a little bit about that. Also, we're getting Crystal Paco, the Adelup press secretary, and Janela Carrera, the PIO of Public Health. Bree, as there was an executive order that came out yesterday.
Right. We'll have something on that in our newscast.
And then we're also getting from the Department of Corrections, Major Anton Uggan, as this really jaw-dropping news, to me anyway, that 11 corrections officers tested positive.
Corrections officers and recruits.
Tested positive for the coronavirus. This has been something they've been really worried about. If you keep track, because of the high risk and the nature of an outbreak at the prison, and also because the inmates and their families, there's been no visitation, there's been no incoming for the most part. So we always try and get Major Anton Uggan on because I feel like he lets us know about the situation behind bars, right? When so many people can't, find out how their relatives or whatever are doing. The
interesting thing I thought was, remember we were talking about after the show, we're like, hey, who should we invite tomorrow?
Right, yeah.
And you're like, DOC, and it's like, yeah, might as well check in with him, see what's going on.
It's been a couple weeks, yeah.
You never know, and then all of a sudden we get the press release, and it's like, oh my gosh.
Yep, and I bet Major Uggan was like, damn it. Every time I'm going to go on the link, there's something that happens. So, and because he's been coming on for the whole pandemic, we really know how serious and how much they feared something like this. And so we saw it at DYA. We saw it now at DOC, GDOE. The spread of the virus and how widespread it is, I think, is reflected in the number of positives we're seeing from these government agencies, right? And so if it's in the government agencies and it's in the workplaces and it's in the home, then it's definitely everywhere. And so we'll get public health on to talk about that. We've got Selba Bauta, the Guam Regional Transit Authority Director. They've also got a positive case at the agency. And the thing about that is these drivers routinely interact with the people who have the comorbidities, dialysis patients. We've got a dialysis center right next door, and every morning we see the mass transit bus out there dropping people, picking people up from dialysis. So I definitely want to get Mr. B on and catch up with him. We've also got the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Wen, coming on. And then we're also going to do our KUAM News Decision 2020. GIGO. All right, we're getting your mayor candidates and your vice mayor candidates on the link on the Breeze 93.9.
And we actually talked about that. GIGO is a show unto itself.
Right, and so we've got all GIGO from 9 to 10, okay? At 6:36, again, it's the 29th day of October. Let's get into news here from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off it, everybody. Guam has recorded 2 additional COVID-related fatalities. According to the Joint Information Center, a 41-year-old man died Wednesday afternoon. He had underlying health conditions and had tested positive for the virus upon admission to GMH on October 5th and passed away at around 12:26 in the afternoon. An 82-year-old woman also pronounced dead on arrival at GMH yesterday. She also had underlying conditions and expired at home in hospice care. She was a known COVID-19 case and was previously admitted to GMH. The island has now recorded a total of 77 COVID-related fatalities since March. Meanwhile, the JIC last night reported that out of the 619 test samples from various labs, 48 tested positive for COVID-19. Of the new cases, 5 were identified through contact tracing. Guam's current COVID case count is 4,466 people infected with the virus since March. 1,772 people actively fighting the virus, and more than 2,600 people are recovering. As for hospitalizations, there are 83 COVID patients at GMH, with 12 receiving ICU level of care and 5 on a ventilator. At GRMC, there's 1 COVID patient who is in ICU. As for Naval Hospital, there are 2 COVID patients. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Confident, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The public health emergency that was set to expire on Friday has been extended. The governor issued a new executive order today to continue it for another 30 days. The new EO cites the Health Powers Act that expressly authorizes public health and other affected agencies to enforce the act through the imposition of fines and penalties. It indicates both DPHSS and GPD's plan to coordinate enforcement efforts. The order further calls for the temporary suspension of regulatory procedures that would hinder or delay necessary action by DPHSS to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency. In short, it provides for a speedy adoption and implementation of what it describes as critical regulations. The Department of Corrections confirms within the past week 5 recruits and 6 officers for a total of 11 assigned to the adult correction facility in Manilao have tested positive for COVID-19. According to DOC spokesperson Major Anton Uggan, several of the officers began experiencing flu-like symptoms while off duty, and others were secured from duty when they reported that they did not feel well. Through contact tracing, 19 officers were ordered to quarantine at home for 14 days. On Sunday, as a result of contact tracing with one of the officers that tested positive, the DOC medical clinic tested 20 inmates and 10 officers, all coming back negative. As of today, the inmate population remains COVID-19 free. Uggan credits their strict protocol and aggressive response. Despite many weeks now under PCOR 1, the spread of the virus is not abating. Physicians Advisory Group member Dr. Felix Cabrera says that they've been looking for answers even in other jurisdictions, including a Native American tribe that had one of the highest infection rates, but now has it under control.
We know that when Navajo Nation started really declining in their cases was when they instituted the 57-hour weekend lockdown, in addition to their nightly curfews. And then when they got down to a good level, they relaxed it to about a 32-hour from Saturday night until Monday morning.
Cabrera isn't saying Guam's reached that point yet, but he does say there are simple things we can do, like keeping a mask on in public places, that will drastically reduce transmission.
The thing is that we shouldn't need an order to do that and to understand that. So I'm making a plea out to everyone on Guam and anywhere else. Please don't eat with somebody who's not in your same household, your primary residence, I should say.
But because it goes against what we're used to, it will take discipline and commitment, which Cabrera says most have, but some don't.
There are so many people on Guam doing the right thing, and they're doing it so well. And when we see continue rising this is what really contributes to their fatigue, is for those few that are not compliant.
And he doesn't believe it's because of ill intent, more because they let their guard down. His reminder, keep your guard up, especially outside of your home, 100% of the time.
The Supreme Court of Guam has reversed the conviction of a man in the death of his friend. J.C. White was found guilty of aggravated assault for punching Brian Cruz while they and other friends were out partying for the night. A video of the punch was captured on a 2-month surveillance camera and went viral on social media. White successfully argued that the trial court committed plain error when it failed to instruct the jury on the government's burden to disprove White's justification defense beyond a reasonable doubt. White had asserted that he had punched Cruz in defense of another of their friends. The decision, written by Justice Catherine Merriman and concurred by Chief Justice Philip Carbolito and Justice Robert Torres, further determined that the reversal is necessary to prevent a miscarriage of justice and to maintain the integrity of the judicial process. The case was remanded back for a new trial. That's the news for now. We'll see you all on Primetime.
A firefighter assigned to the Estumbo fire station tested positive, according to GFD spokesperson Kevin Riley. The firefighter was feeling ill prior to reporting to work on Tuesday and tested later that day at GMH. The firefighter remains in home isolation because the member is part of the COVID transport unit. Contact tracing to determine if transmission happened during work or at home is not possible until testing is completed in the next few days. Riley says cohort quarantining public health approved practice of grouping asymptomatic personnel who were exposed to the positive member is in effect for the remaining personnel assigned to Estumbo. Adjustments will be made in scheduling for the firefighters assigned. Meanwhile, the 6 GFD personnel identified as close contacts to a firefighter who tested positive and was assigned to the incident command post in the GFD headquarters have all came back negative. It was last week when 2 firefighters had tested positive as a result of household exposure. The second firefighter is assigned to the Umatic Fire Station. Decontamination was done at both locations. Firefighters at the Umatic Fire Station were tested previously and all came back negative. An employee with the Guam Regional Transit Authority has tested positive for the coronavirus, according to GRTA Director Selma Balta. The employee is currently at GMH. He says 3 staff members who are identified as close contacts are self-quarantining. GRTA paratransit and fixed route operations are unaffected and will continue normal operations. GRTA continues to perform mitigation measures, which include sanitization of buses and vans twice daily in the afternoon and evening in preparation for morning operations, enforce social distancing, providing hand sanitizing wipes to riders, ensuring all riders wear face masks, and providing face masks to riders who do not have one. Her last day on the job is supposed to be Friday, but KUAM has learned that Chamorro Affairs Director Arlene Santos has rescinded her resignation. It was last week KUAM reported that Santos, who is also acting Guam Public Library System Director, tendered her resignation effective October 30th. Adelaide Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Agustin, however, confirms that Santos has since rescinded that. She adds, though, the governor is still reviewing the issue and has yet to decide whether she will keep Santos on board. The governor appointed Santos as DCA president back in June. President Trump and his Democratic challenger Joe Biden are making their final pitches as we enter the last 6 days of the 2020 presidential race. Natalie Brand has more.
Joe Biden has now joined the more than 73 million Americans who have voted early.
Well, we just voted.
Earlier, the Democratic nominee received a COVID briefing from health experts.
There is no doubt we are in the midst of the third wave.
And he delivered his closing pitch to voters, arguing he is best suited to lead America through the coronavirus pandemic.
I'm not running on the false promise of being able to end this pandemic by flipping a switch. But what I can promise you is this. We will start on day one doing the right things. We'll let science drive our decisions.
The former vice president does not have any rallies scheduled for today, something President Trump pointed out during a campaign stop in Nebraska last night.
Joe Biden doesn't even respect you enough to campaign. He never came here, right? Did he come here? Oh.
The president will travel to 10 states this week, including Arizona. Today, he'll start in Bullhead City, just across the border from Nevada, a state limiting the size of public gatherings because of COVID.
You notice the fake news now, right? All they talk about is COVID, 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 and we've made such progress. It's incredible.
With 6 days to go until Election Day, national security officials expect election interference efforts to increase. They're warning voters to be cautious about what they read online.
This is the prime opportunity for any adversary, whether it's Russia, whether it's Iran, or it's a cyber actor.
Last night, hackers temporarily seized President Trump's campaign website and briefly showed a message falsely claiming he was responsible for the coronavirus. Government security officials called it noise, meant to undermine confidence in the voting process. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
The National Weather Service has issued a special weather statement about a developing tropical disturbance to pass south of Guam this weekend. And joining us from the NWS is Landon Idolette. Good morning, Landon.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing pretty good until we found out there's a system out there.
Yeah, we've been watching this for a little while out there. Luckily, it doesn't look like it's going to be too bad of a system for us to be dealing with. We did issue a special weather statement yesterday, and that was more or less to really start communicating the possibilities with the system, because we do have the ingredients in place. There's going to be a tropical disturbance passing by, and more than anything, we really wanted to communicate to the region that, hey, this is what's out there, this is what we're looking at, and this is the possibilities that we expect for the coming weekend. So we were looking at some of the worst case scenarios, and it really wasn't that bad. The latest information, we'll be watching this as forecast models become better fine-tuned and consistent each subsequent forecast model run. That's every 6 hours. So we're looking at this information, we're digesting the model gibberish. That's what we do out here. We look at the models, we determine the gibberish, and then we put out the best forecast based on our experience and what the model consensus is saying based off of the observations. So we put all that together, and that's what we packaged together in our forecast for the public. So let me turn this around and let me start out. We do have two systems out there. There's been a little bit of confusion on social media. We had that disturbance pass south of Guam this last weekend. That's now Tropical Storm 22. So here's Guam. That thing developed. It went south of Guam last weekend and developed into a tropical depression yesterday and then a tropical storm. That's going to be continuing towards the Philippines, and that is no threat to us. That was formerly JTWC Invest Area 99W. Now we're looking at another disturbance that's down here in Chute. That's not on this map. This is actual warned tropical cyclones. Those are depressions, tropical storms, and typhoons. And this is the only one active in the area right now. As far as the current disturbance that we're looking at, that's Invest Area 90W. And this is the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's public-facing page. So Tropical Storm 22W, that's well to our west and moving away from us. Very small system. And that is, again, no threat to us. This area, this disturbance, Invest Area 90W, that's what we're communicating right now. This is what we're going to be looking at. So what we're looking at currently in the Doppler radar, just some spotty showers this morning. So when you go into work, there'll be off and on showers. You may not see it where you are, but other places might be getting those passing showers. These are just typical trade wind showers, nothing exciting. Flipping to the infrared satellite, there's the low level showers. Nothing as far as thunderstorms with this stuff. This is just low level showers, light to moderate in intensity. They come and go pretty quickly. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. Just some spotty showers, but a lot of sun otherwise today. So there's Tropical Storm 22, very small system, and it's moving away from us. But we have this broader area down to our southeast, and that's what we're watching. So again, it doesn't look all that bad for us. There's a lot of uncertainties and low confidence in the model guidance up through the last several days, because we've had an elongated system with the circulation here southwest of Chuk going across eastern Micronesia with another circulation up there. So that's what we've been watching to see how it's going to evolve, where the consolidation is going to occur. And the models have been picking up on the circulation right there southwest of Chuk that's going to be consolidating, and that's eventually going to come northwestward, passing between Guam and Yap this weekend. So it looks like that is the general consensus at this time. This is what we're going for at the moment. Are we looking at a tropical storm for Guam? At this time, that's not the case. Any tropical storm action, if it's even a tropical storm in intensity, that's going to be well south of us. But we are going to see some showers developing through Friday and into Saturday. So the Saturday looks like it's going to be the worst. It's Halloween. I know there's guidelines in place for COVID and Halloween celebrations and activities. Keep in mind the weather's going to be a factor in this. It's not going to be all that bad. We're not looking at a tropical storm scenario for Guam, but it will be showers, thunderstorms, and gusty winds. And the peak of that's going to be on Saturday. So with that said, it looks like it's going to be more of a marine event. Hazardous surf, high risk of rip currents, and large seas, primarily in the Guam coastal waters, perhaps up to Rota and the eastern waters of Tinian Saipan. This is the forecast wave combined seas. So we're going to be peaking starting on Friday and then reach a peak on Saturday, just around 10-foot combined seas. So that's going to be a small craft advisory scenario for us. So the hazards right now, we're looking at seas and surf. High risk of rip currents for east-facing reefs and possibly south-facing reefs as this thing passes by to our south, but then also advisories for small craft out in the open water. So stay tuned on that, because things can change, and as this situation evolves, we are looking at 20 to 25 mile per hour winds over the islands and 15 to 25 knot winds out over the open water. So again, hazardous conditions for surf and small craft coming up this weekend, but for the island, not entirely that bad. Again, I'm not looking at a tropical storm scenario for Guam or Rota. Most of the action is going to stay to our south. And let me show you one last thing before I hand it back over to you all. I don't always like to show the model forecasts because that's much for us to discern and decipher what's going on out there. But this is what we're looking at in the coming days. The general consensus, this is Guam right here. This is a 4-panel showing 4 different models. They vary in intensity. So this one's considerably stronger than what this model forecast and this one is showing. The timing varies just a little bit as well. But in general, we're looking at a Saturday passage well to our south. So again, Guam, and that's the circulation. Passing to our south, the strongest winds will keep offshore and outside of our coastal waters to the south. But we will see those gusty conditions on Saturday, and they'll be arriving through the day on Friday. The winds will continue to pick up with gusty conditions on Saturday. So if you want to do any planning, I would say this is more of a tent and canopy system. If you have loose tents and canopies, make sure they're secured, or even take them down. It's better safe than sorry. And also political campaign signs. If they're not well constructed,
take them down.
Some of these showers with the gusty winds could cause problems for some of the weaker signs. I don't want to say who I'm voting for in the election, but I would say if your sign falls, I probably won't vote for you because you need to stand up in tough situations. So if you have a weak constructed political signs, tents, canopies, make sure they're secured. But really, I don't see it's going to be that much worse.
Landon,
however, stay tuned. It's still Thursday.
Yeah.
Keep tuned to our forecast, our Facebook page. We're engaging the Weather Ready Nation, email alerts. Things will evolve, but it doesn't look all that bad. A little sloppy for Halloween, though.
Okay.
Okay. Well, maybe we could check in with you if you're available tomorrow morning again, just to make sure.
I'll be here tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Landon.
Thank you.
All right. Stay safe.
All right. Landon Ilett from the National Weather Service. That was great. All those charts, all those things, and we'll get them on tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
Kind of monitor this. What were you
Just in
saying
case.
during the break? God's way of telling you, stay home! All right, 6:55. We got to take a break. Again, that was a look at news on the link. The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
For all of those, celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KOM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KOM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
I am the future. We are the future.
The future leaders.
Businesswomen.
Please keep us in mind
when you vote. Don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer
and securing our future.
I am the future.
Vote for John Ananich.
For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Day. I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
What I'm offering the people of Guam in this election is the kind of service that is predicated upon integrity and honesty and trust. Not Robert Underwood, just candidate for Congress. This is Robert Underwood with a whole bunch of people running for Congress. And that's all of you, ladies and gentlemen. All of you are running for Congress. This is not a one-man show. This is a movement. This is a movement for dignity. This is a movement for trustworthiness. This is a movement for integrity. I'm standing up for you all the time. I will fight with everything I got.
I'm Rob.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Coming up time of the show. We'll go behind bars of Major Anton Ugan, Salbavalta, the Guam Regional Transit Authority Director. Bree, what was the deal with this whole resignation, not resignation thing over at, was it Department of Chamorro Affairs or something?
Yeah, so I get phone calls from people and messages asking about what's going on over there. And so last week, Friday, we had heard that Arlene Santos had turned in her resignation and that it would be effective on Friday. Yeah. And so Crystal confirmed it that night that she in fact did. And her last day was October 30th. And that not only was she the DCA president, but this whole time, since June when she was appointed to that position, she was still acting director at the Guam Public Library System.
Wow.
Right. And so that's what we reported. And then Monday, I already started getting calls that she had rescinded her resignation.
Yeah.
And it was just yesterday I finally got the confirmation that she, in fact, did rescind her resignation. But the governor is actually reviewing it to determine whether or not she'll actually take her back.
I would just be like, oh, you don't want to work, girl? Then fine, don't work.
I wonder what her LinkedIn profile looks like. It's like from whatever date until last week, worked at Department of Chamorro Affairs. And then whatever date last week, will no longer be at Chamorro Affairs. And all of a sudden, back at Department of Chamorro Affairs.
I just feel for the employees because I remember, man, I think it was like last year, I did a story on, there was just a whole deal with... So the governor appointed her to be the head of the public library, but she didn't meet the qualifications laid out in the law. And basically, the library board refused to confirm the governor's appointment. And so she was just on this acting detail, and they just kept redoing the acting detail for like a year or something. And then I started finding out about all these letters that the employees at the library had written to the board. And we're not talking like one letter. I'm talking like, I got 19 letters. From different employees. I don't even know how many employees.
I know how many, right?
It's like every employee at the library wrote 3 letters complaining about Arlene Santos. And so, we did those stories and then nothing ever happened. You know what I mean? The board still didn't confirm her appointment, and they stood firm because they said that she didn't meet the there was a qualification in there, like you have to have a master's of like library science or something.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so that was that, and then the pandemic hit, and we didn't really hear anything about it.
And then they had the positive.
Right.
They just returned to work, during PCOR 1, and they were doing like drive-by type of services, and then someone had tested positive over at the library.
Yeah.
And then, after that, then we saw the resignation come.
It just sounds like, who's paying attention to what's going on at the library there? Or maybe it's like, oh, it's just a library, big deal. Nobody reads on Guam anyway.
Right, but she was just in the acting capacity over the library, but she was the director, president over DCA.
Yeah.
But, I also had received information that the DCA has been closed since Monday. I don't know, I asked Crystal about that, and I hadn't heard back any official word as to whether or not it really has been closed. But that's, of course, when you hear that from people who work there.
Right.
They would know. And I know I called, you were there when I tried calling to see if they were open, but nobody was answering the phones.
Yeah, so definitely something going on fishy over there. So all my library peeps or anybody at DCA, if you want to tell us what's going on, please, hit us up in our DMs, or if you got my number, send me a WhatsApp message. Because I mean, you resign and then you undo your resignation. I don't even know.
I don't think I've heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's the governor reviewing.
Whether or not she's going to accept her rescinding letter.
I don't know. I just be like, oh yeah, no, you rescinded it. I don't know. We already got it. It's on record.
Yeah, I mean that's what Crystal said, that that she's reviewing it to determine, I guess, whether or not she's going to take her back.
Right. Okay. 7:08, guys. I got a great chance to go chow some pizza yesterday. Capricciosa is part of our Pepsi pizza report, so we're gonna go ahead and play this. We're coming back with the Department of Public Health and Social
We also have
Services.
the trivia question. You want to get that out first before we go into it?
Sure.
Okay, so you don't have it?
I don't have it.
Okay, I'll pull it up. I should have been prepared.
I know.
All right, so this is the trivia question. It is in India. The most preferred pizza toppings are tofu, minced mutton, and pickled ginger. But in America, the most preferred pizza topping is, if you know the answer, call 637-0094.
All right. Do it. Pepsi Pizza Report. Again, in America, what was it, Bree?
In
No, that's the
America, what is
question,
the
but, yeah.
what is the most preferred pizza
But
topping?
wait, in India, you said it's minced mutton?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, that's
Lamb.
lamb.
That sounds good, actually.
Yeah.
Pickled ginger and tofu.
Tofu. I don't know about tofu. I don't know about no tofu. 709.
Basically, think what would Chris eat as he watched this story.
I mean, look at me. I ate everything but tofu. Huh? Okay, so let's go to Caps, guys, and check out. They made a couple great pizzas for us with our Pepsi Pizza Report. Good morning.
Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi.
Pepsi Pizza Report. We're here at Capricciosa in Pacific Place, the heart of Tucson. Here with my man Randy. We're going to make 2 pies for our Pepsi Pizza Report. A quattro formaggio pie. That's going to be with smoked salmon, and a meat lovers pizza. They got 6 great pizzas here on the menu at Capricciosa. So our man Randy going to walk us through this. Which pie are you going to make first, Randy?
We're going to make the quattro formaggio pizza with salmon first. Smoked salmon, actually.
Nice. And so what does quattro, I know quattro's 4, but what's a formaggio?
So for that, it's actually just a version of cheese. So the quattro formaggio consists of our Parmesan. It has mozzarella cheese, blue cheese, and cream cheese. Yeah.
There you go. So we're getting cheesy, right up my alley. I'm a cheesy kind of guy. So what do we start with here, Randy?
So we're going to start off with our homemade dough. We make this all fresh in-house with fresh ingredients. So that's what sets us off from the rest, because everybody has their dough. So just like us, Capricciosa, we do have our own in-house dough that we make here. So we roll the dough. We do mainly rolls. We don't have any like hand tossed or any of that, but it's more like we do a roll press, and then we just start to knead it in. Just make sure we get that perfect circle. Then we start to just make sure that we get that 10-inch round.
Here at Capricciosa, or like the locals say, Caps, and they're doing outdoor dining on the patio here at Pacific Place. It is the Pepsi Pizza Report, so thank you to our partners at Pepsi. I always gotta get mine on the rocks, so let's get that pour. You notice the angle of pour here. Look at that. Oh yeah. Okay. Give me a nice sip of this thing. Oh God. Whew. Okay, what are we going to start with? I think we'll start with the meat lovers first. Look at that. This is a great pie. That crust, like I told you guys, Capricciosa crust, I love it. We have salami, pepperoni, bacon, and Italian sausage. They've got all the meat and they just put it on this pizza, so let's go. Man, that crust, pizza lovers know when you can taste the yeast in the crust, it's good. Let me get some of this meat now. Oh my God, Becky. That salami really comes through, folded into the pepperoni. Then you get some of that bacon, that smokiness, this Italian sausage. This is freaking good. It's really good. I put this aside because I'm watching my carbs. All right, Quattro Formaggio. God, I've been to Capricciosa probably 1,000 times. I've never tried this. It's 4 cheeses on an olive oil bed with smoked salmon that they throw on when it's done, and you get the heat of that cheese. It kind of cooks. I mean, the smoked salmon's already cooked, but it kind of firms it up a little bit. So let's go. Wow. Shallow par prim brown. Dude, that cream cheese exploded into my mouth with those 3 other cheeses. This smoked salmon though, wow, talk about the icing on the cake. It's great. Quattro Formaggio with the smoked salmon. 2 thumbs up. 2 great pies, awesome. We get this to go, bring it back to the office. Goes so good with a nice cold Pepsi. Right on. Pepsi! Yeah! Pepsi Pizza Report. We have tried so many great pizzas all over this island of Guam, so get you some. All right, remember your chance to win on the link. Just watch the link, and we'll give away some cool pies there, and then you could also post on our social media. You'll post yourself with a Pepsi product, tag at KUAM News, and you can win some awesome pizzas with our Pepsi Pizza Report. All right, let's go baluta in this. My name's Chris, and thanks for checking us out here at Capricciosa, a Pacific Place in Tumon. Cheers!
Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi.
I said I forgot I was wearing my face shield.
I don't know how many times I've done that.
Yeah. So we went out to the car with Marcus, and I was like, dude, there's cheese and sauce on my I'm gonna lick that. That's still good.
Okay, wait. Have you? I mean, obviously, we all wear our masks, and we all encourage you guys to wear your mask. But how many times over the last 7 months, when you've eaten something really, really good, and we do the right thing, you put your mask on right away, but whatever you've just eaten, it stays with you.
It stays with you.
If it's garlic, if it's cilantro, if it's things that are very, very fragrant, or onion. What's the one thing that's like basically gone right in your mouth?
I don't know, Jay, but after I chowed that pizza and I was wearing my mask all day, I just kept smelling and I was like, oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
I was like, oh man. Smell the sausage.
Well, we had a burger the other day that it was a really nice thick burger with the aioli sauce. I had that aioli on my breath. I was brushing my teeth afterwards. I used scope and I was like, it's in the mask.
Yeah, it's in there. 717. Thank you, man, Pepsi, for giving us the opportunity to go out and chow a lot of pizza, drink a lot of Pepsi. We can't go wrong. It's great.
Did we get a winner?
We're getting a winner now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did we need the question again?
Well, let's get her on here. Ma'am, good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. My name is Cam.
Cam. So Bree's got the question here, Bree.
All right. In India, the most preferred pizza toppings are tofu, minced mutton, and pickled ginger. But in America, the most preferred pizza topping is
pepperoni. Is it pepperoni?
Man.
Oh,
wow. Man.
Oh,
yes,
man.
it's pepperoni.
Oh, yeah. Bree, don't play with their emotions like that. We're in a pandemic.
Don't play with my emotions. Yeah, it's too early.
Don't come between the tomorrow and their pizza now.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Good job, Cam.
Thank you, Cam.
Thank you. I hope you guys are staying safe.
We are.
You too.
I'm wearing 4 masks and 3 face shields. Yep. I've got gloves on my feet. I'm very safe. Bree, tell her what she won.
You won
Sabrina,
pizza.
tell her what she's won.
Pizza and Pepsi.
Nice. Assumedly with pepperoni?
I guess so. Whatever she wants.
Right. Cam, hold on, Cam. We'll get right to you.
Awesome. Thanks. Be safe,
Appreciate
guys.
it. Thanks for listening. It's 7:18. We got public health coming up.
Right.
We're going to take a real quick break, though. Again, thank you.
Can I just make a shout out real quick? I wanted to say a happy birthday to from all of us to our colleague here at KUAM, Peter Santos. Happy birthday. You had a couple shout outs, matter of fact, on Facebook. Wishing you also a happy birthday.
And everybody knows Pete because he is Guam's crooner. He brought that old school big band style music like back, and He's a beloved musician. He's a great performer. People have asked me so many times, when is he going to start singing the news?
Right.
What is it, slow jam?
It's like, fly me to the moon. GDOE is
Right.
passing out food.
GMH's beds in the patio. Hey, all right. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Pete.
Happy
We
birthday,
also
Pete.
have another happy birthday shout out to one of our frontliners. Happy birthday to Matt Kanata from Slush and his fire prevention brothers.
There we go.
Happy
7:19. Guys, we'll take a break. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze next. It's 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Day. I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Hey you guys, how far are you ready?
We're ready!
Ready to move in a positive direction, ready to move forward. Are you ready?
I am ready. Are you? Biba Underwood for Congress. Manlistuham! Biba! Both begins for... Robert Underwood! Yeah!
Inanahuza tahu para umabota si Senor Robert Underwood.
Sonia is ready! Biba Underwood! Robert Underwood for Congress! The Alvarez family from Jigo is voting for Robert Underwood.
Hey, are you ready?
I am ready. We are ready for Robert Underwood. I'm voting for Robert Underwood. I'm supporting Robert Underwood.
Are you ready?
We're ready!
Biba Underwood for Congress.
Are you ready?
I'm ready!
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KOM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KOM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
I am the future.
We are the future. The future leaders.
Businesswoman.
Please keep us in mind
When you vote, don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer.
And securing our
future.
I am the future.
Vote for John Ananich.
For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mga mahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyari makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa dphss.guam.gov.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Sinatra. Hey.
Please be true. You know, the first time I met Peter was when we were looking for someone to perform at the Miss World Guam pageant.
Yeah.
And he was suggested, and he came on and he performed. Oh, it was the rehearsal. And I was like, whoa, this kid, he's such a little baby.
You were like, oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh,
dude.
man, Pete, dude, man. See Peter and Sinatra night? Good stuff. Yeah, happy birthday, Pete.
Happy birthday.
This is him doing the old Blue Eyes tune, Fly Me to the Moon. Good morning, it's 7:27. This is The Link. It's brought to you by Carrier 647 Cool, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Let's go now to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by. She's the spokesperson for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Of course, Janella Carrera. Good morning, Janella.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. You're good.
Morning. Can we just jump right into, because I had a question about testing from a friend before I started the show. And so if we could just kind of start there before we jump into everything else. What is the protocol? Let me just tell you a story I heard this morning, and this is involving some positives that out of, I want to say AK. There's a guy I know who works at AK, wasn't tested, pretty sure has the virus, is displaying all the symptoms, and now the wife is infected, but they basically were saying like, oh, they didn't want to go get tested because the line of public health is long, and then, you know, one of the clinics is charging $150, so these people don't have insurance, right? And so I had said, because we've heard on the show here from the various doctors that there are ways to get tested at no cost to the patient. But again, there's always that confusion because we get some people in the comments where they say, oh, this clinic charges, this one doesn't. Public health, we know that if you're a close contact or, and maybe you could just clear that up. And I'll just give you the floor to just tell us once and for all, what is the testing protocol for COVID-19?
Sure. Yes, I'm glad you asked. So, we have tier 2 clinics, right, that offer testing for patients who may need testing or who may be requesting testing because they may be close contacts or may be symptomatic. We have currently right now some clinics that do have the Abbott machine. And if they have the Abbott machine and patients go in to get tested, the testing itself, the testing component itself, is at no cost to the patient. If you go into clinics that are tier 2 clinics that do not have the Abbott machine, and say you have health insurance coverage, it's still at no cost to the patient, but there may be a clinical assessment that's done to the patient, particularly if they have symptoms, if they're symptomatic. There may be a charge for that. Now, if you have health insurance coverage, then the health insurance provider may be billed, and then there may be a copay for that. If you don't have health insurance, typically what the provider, the clinic will do is, they'll ask the patient up front, do you have health insurance? And if you don't, they'll send you to public health, and public health will take those patients, and that's why we have our Northern Health Clinic up in Dedido. So we do take patients who don't have health insurance, who are self-pay, MIP or Medicaid patients, and we have been. We haven't turned any patient away. We haven't turned any individual or anybody from the public away, regardless of your ability to pay. There are close contacts for companies. Now, I've heard about companies who have, for example, if they have a positive case or multiple positive cases and they want to do mass testing for their employees because they have, a large number of employees that need to get tested. And so they'll arrange for testing for multiple employees. And in that scenario, many times they'll actually arrange for payment of their own employees because, they want to ensure that there's a continuation of services. And so they'll make that arrangement with the clinics themselves. And most of the time, the company will actually pay for the testing themselves. Now, if there's a private insurance, most of the time what will happen is the individual will go in and get tested. And if the clinic doesn't have the Abbott machine, the clinic will send those specimens to DLS. But that will be billed through the health insurance provider. So I hope that sort of clears up some of the confusion, because I know that there has been some, some people saying, well, I go to one clinic and I get charged, and I go to another clinic and they'll say, no, there's no cost. But the bottom line is, if the clinic has the Abbott machine, and so we do have 3 clinics that have the Abbott machine right now. That's AMC, Guam Medical Care, and then we also have One Love Pediatrics. There are also, there's also Guam Radiology that has the Abbott machine. And then of course there's GMH that has the Abbott ID, and I believe GRMC also has the Abbott ID machine. But basically, if you have your private health insurance and you go to a clinic that doesn't have the Abbott ID, then it is billed through the your private health insurance, and that specimen is sent to DLS by that clinic, right. And then it's run through DLS.
Again, Janella, let's say I, a close contact of a positive, I don't have health insurance. What are my options? I know you might have said it before, but just again, if we could, for the audience.
We would probably advise you to contact public health directly. And in that scenario, public health will provide testing at no cost to the patient.
Is there a number for that?
Yeah. So you can call 311 and option 1. And if you can't go through to that, because we do get a flurry of calls, and a lot of times, if you can't get through, then we do, there's another option that you can call. It's 7525 or 7526. But we do advise, patients that for the 311 number, the voicemail does tend to get full quickly. And if it does, then you can try the 635 number, 7525 or 7526. Or if it rings and and nobody answers, there is caller ID, and they will call patients back.
Okay. So, sorry, just to make this clear, any of the tier 2 clinics that have the Abbott ID machine, it's free. AMC, Guam Medical Care, Guam Radiology, One Love Pediatrics, right?
It's at no cost to the patients. Now tier 2 clinics will see all patients, even with no insurance.
Right.
They will see them with no insurance. Right.
For DLS, because we do have a question here from our viewer, how long does the DLS machine take? The turnaround time, I guess, for the test.
So I think that, if I'm not mistaken, the turnaround time for that is within 24 hours. Because
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't think they're running their specimens on an Abbott a machine. It's usually within a few hours, 4 to 5 hours. But regardless, the Joint Information Center, the sit rep, doesn't report those results till the next day.
Right.
And as far as the Abbott, that's the rapid test. That's the 15 minutes, and you get the results.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Right. So just to clarify, the tier 2 clinics, they see all patients as well, regardless, at no cost, even with no insurance to the patients.
Right.
But again, if they have health insurance, it's billed through the health insurance provider.
So it kind of sounds like.
And these are. I'm sorry.
Kind of sounds like we just got to do a better job of telling people where they can go get the at no cost testing option. Because people are just showing up at a bunch of clinics, and then we're getting there like, oh, this clinic's charging this clinic's charging that, and it's just really that they're not going to the tier 2s, which the tier 2s, again, guys, have been deputized as basically the front line of the community level in the fight against the coronavirus, and that's they're going to get reimbursed for it, and that's why. All right.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks, Janella.
So,
I know. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No. So I think the bottom line message here is that we don't want to discourage patients from coming in to get tested. If they're feeling symptoms, if they are close contact. They're looking to get tested because they're worried about having COVID-19. We want them to come in and get tested. There is public health. There are tier 2 clinics, and they can always call ahead of time, call their doctors, and that's really the bottom line, the message that we want to get across. We don't want them to fear the costs that may be associated with it, and that they can always call ahead of time. And if they feel that, if they're worried and they may be told by others that, hey, there's a cost, I was charged, they can always call. And if that's what they're hearing, there's also always public health that they can contact as well.
Right.
And if we could, Janella, real quickly, the tier 2 clinics, again, with the Abbott ID rapid tests, AMC, Guam Medical Care, Guam Radiology, and One Love Pediatrics.
That's correct.
Okay.
All
right. Can we talk about, before we get into the regulations, the testing that's for this weekend on Halloween? I don't know if it's going to be postponed because of the rain, but
we are monitoring that. Yeah.
It might be canceled or postponed.
Right now, we haven't received any word of any possible cancellation, but we are monitoring the weather. But as of right now, we are proceeding. Just one point I wanted to make with regards to the Abbott machine.
Okay.
Because it has the ability to test or to produce results within 15 minutes, we use that to prioritize the sick patients. So just wanted to pick that out.
Right.
Okay.
So it's a point of care to identify sick patients immediately as well. But to the testing this weekend, we did get word about the circulation that's forming for this weekend, and we are keeping an eye on that. Hopefully, the weather passes. We do want to proceed with the testing this weekend. It's very important to us to proceed with it. We're really looking forward to it. We saw what happened with the testing that we conducted a couple weekends ago.
Yeah.
And the results that were produced with those testing. So we really want to proceed with this weekend as well.
Where did I miss? Where's it at? Where's it supposed to be?
This is the testing with. I'll go ahead and let Janella explain.
Sure, yeah. So we have a community COVID-19 community testing happening this weekend at Estumbo Gym in Dedido, and that's from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Right.
And we're working with, of course, the Dedido Mayor's Office, with the FSM Consulate Office, as well as the FSM Association of Guam. It's open to the first 200 participants, and registration is actually being driven by the FSM Consulate Office. So, if those who are interested in, the free COVID-19 testing for this, registration is happening through the FSM Consulate Office.
Right. Thank you, Janella. Real important to get that testing info out, because what we're hearing from the doctors is people are showing up at the hospital already on death's door because they're just waiting too long. And just anecdotally talking with people I know, they are concerned about not having $200 or whatever it is to go get tested. So thank you for clarifying that very crucial information for us.
Yeah.
And now I know Bree wants to get into this executive order that dropped. The new drop was yesterday.
Yeah, so the executive order came out, as you know, and it did talk about, public health and GPD stepping up with enforcement. And it made reference to the COVID-19 public health enforcement regulations for the imposition of fines for violations. So can you provide us any more specific details about what exactly these regulations are and the fines and penalties?
Sure. So the executive order, what it does is it allows us to speed up the AAA process. And so particularly with the COVID-19 and public health draft rules and regulations. So we are working on the draft rules and regulations now. And the draft rules and regulations that we're envisioning gives us the ability to basically, we've heard from the public, right? There's certain companies and certain enforcement abilities that have sort of, that we haven't really been able to really enforce. So we for the past several months, we've really just been kind of going at it a little by little, just sort of encouraging people to follow the executive order. And so what this does, the EO, it just allows us to expedite that AAA process. But it doesn't necessarily give us the ability to bypass it. So we'll still be able to have that public hearing, open it up to public comment and public input, which of course we realize is a very important part of this process. We want to encourage compliance with COVID-related executive orders and public health directives. So that's the purpose of the rules and regs. And it does include a proposal to levy fines for those who are not in compliance with the executive order. And so in the draft rules and regs, it has a scaled version of fines. And this is for both individuals who may be found to not be in compliance with the executive order or public health directives. That's the proposal, as well as for businesses.
Do you have an idea like how much, what kind of fines we're looking at, like dollar figures?
Sure. Sure. So for individuals, we're looking at it would start at around $100, and it could range up to $1,000. And then for businesses, the proposed range would be between $1,000, so starting at $1,000 and up to $10,000. And it would be just a matter of, for the first offense, second offense, third offense, but it would cap at the 1,000 for individuals and then 10,000 for businesses. But again, this is just the proposal that we're looking at in the draft rules and regs, which, at this point, we still haven't officially released. It's still, in the draft is in the draft form, so to speak.
And I guess the violations, are we talking like violating what, social distancing? What are we talking about?
Right. So social distancing, congregations of, more than 5 people. So anything that would fall within the COVID-19 directives that have been issued in the executive order, public health directives, anything COVID-19 related that have been issued in basically anything that encompasses executive orders, COVID-19 related, and public health directives.
You have any idea when the draft will be completed?
We're hoping as soon as possible. There's just a few things that we're trying to ensure that we have, finalized. We really want, of course, we want the public input and the public hearing on this. The AAA process is, as you know, it can be a lengthy process. And by the time, if we go the normal route of the AAA process, by the time we get that done, that could really take a while. But we still want to have, the public input, the public hearing. So we're hoping we actually wanted to get this out and done this week, but there's just some, final touches that we want to put into it. I really can't put a final timeline, hopefully by next week, if not this week. Just a couple of minor things that we want to work on.
So once it's finalized, the public hearing will be held. So are we going to have to give like 10 days notice for the public hearing? And how are you going to be like a virtual public hearing held by public health or?
Right. It'll be virtual. Right. It'll be a virtual public hearing. I'm not too sure on the details if it'll be, together with the governor's office, or if it'll just be a public health public hearing. That part, I think we're still trying to figure out if that's how we're going to coordinate the public hearing. And then the public comment and the public input, I think we're also still trying to figure out if that's going to be through email, how we're going to invite the public to make the public comment. But of course, the public hearing is going to be open to the public as well. So we'll invite, the community to participate in this public hearing.
So basically, if I have a gathering with like 28 people this weekend, I can't get a ticket yet? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I would never, but I'm just theoretically.
Well, we still have. Well, we still are. We still are enforcing. The executive order. GPD is still out there. Monitoring. Public health is still out there monitoring. As you know, when you hear about complaints at restaurants or gatherings, public health is still going out there monitoring, issuing citations. Right. So it's not like you see a large crowd and nobody's enforcing or issuing citations. Right. But this, the proposal that we're making is that we'd be able to strengthen that ability and issue fines should this proposal, make it through and be adopted.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? you wanted to get out?
I just encourage people to enjoy Halloween. It's coming up, but safely, and please don't go out if you're sick. Don't stay home and quarantine. Stay within 5 people, and stay within your family if you do decide to participate in Halloween outside of your home.
Thank you, Janella. We're going to run along to Sal Babauta of GRTA. Appreciate your time this morning, Janella.
Thanks, Janella.
Sure. Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
All
Take
right.
care.
Okay, bye. And we'll keep it in the KWM News Zoom room where they just got their, I believe this is their first positive case in the agency. So we definitely wanted to catch up with Guam Regional Transit Authority Director Sal Babauta because, the agency, the drivers, the staff, they interact routinely with some of the people who tend to be hit hardest by the coronavirus, people with comorbidities. We got a dialysis center right next door, Mr. B, and mass transit comes through all the time, dropping people, picking people up. So that's why I wanted to get you on. And if you could, we'll just give you the floor. Can you tell us everything we need to know about COVID-19 at the Guam Regional Transit Authority? Good morning, Mr. Sal Babauta. He's the director.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
As usual, we continue to adhere to the precautionary measures that public health had put forth for all government Guam agencies, and essentially, we practice social distancing, we wear the mask, and of course, we sanitize as often as we can, and that goes with also ensuring that our riders are safe. And with that, we make sure that the buses and vans that are used to transport our riders are sanitized twice a day, once in the afternoon and once in the evening. When the buses return back, they get sanitized and ready for the next morning. And when riders show up to ride on the bus or vans, they're given a sanitizing wipe. And also their temperatures are taken to make sure that they're not harmful to any of the others with regards to COVID-19.
Was
So
the
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Was the employee a bus driver?
No, ma'am. The employee was not a bus driver. The employee is one of our support staff. But she works with another individual in an office, so it's not like she's out there with riders or all of the other office staff.
Right. Are there plans in place? Sorry if I missed it, to test all of the staff at the agency, Mr. B?
Well, President Sabrina, I reached out to public health, and I was told that those who are going to be tested sooner are those who have spent at least 15 minutes with the patient, and that within 24-hour period, and also that they've been communicating with people within 6 feet. So the catch is again having been close to the patient with at least 15 minutes within 24 hours. Those are going to be tested. Those people are going to be tested Monday, and all the others, we've been actually I've been advising them to ensure that if they feel uncomfortable relative to the symptoms of COVID-19, that they get tested right away.
Right.
And the other thing that we did was we reached out to Fire Chief Stone. And fortunately, he provided us with his decontamination team, and the transit management center where the patient was working has already been decontaminated.
Right.
So,
Mr.
B. And the other thing also is, despite all of this, we're continuing to maintain our normal operations.
Mr. B, is that good enough for you, though? Because I know you care about the staff there at the agency or the authority. If you had your way, would you want all of the employees at your department to be tested for the virus. Are you satisfied that they're only going to be testing the so-called close contacts? Would you like that peace of mind?
Chris and Janella, safety is very, very important. So that's number one. So I'm meeting with my staff daily, and I've made it clear yesterday. As a matter of fact, even the day before, I spent almost 21 years in the United States Air Force, and we prepare for war, we prepare for contingencies, and this is really we talked about contingency measures the day before yesterday to ensure that this war against COVID-19, the GRTA responds effectively. So. I've made it clear to them that in the event that they're not comfortable, I want them to get tested immediately. So I'm really keeping a close eye on everybody as usual.
So it sounds like you want them to get tested, just for your own peace of mind.
Well, I'm gonna have to talk to the experts on that, Chris.
Yeah.
You're
competent though, Mr. B. I can tell that, if the virus is so widespread everywhere and you've got your drivers going out and picking up the mononco and, people with comorbidities, I have a feeling like you want everyone to get tested, but you just can't.
I want to make sure that my folks are safe. And really, the other thing that I wanted to pass on is that the Federal Transit Administration has reached out to me and informed me that they want the number of people who are working with the Guam Regional Transit Authority, because they are looking at making sure that when the vaccines are available, that the Federal Transit Administration will provide enough vaccines for GRTA employees. So, GRTA, Chris and Sabrina, man, it's been in existence for over 10 years, and we're doing our best within, the last almost 2 years to make things better. But transit, we're preparing to make sure that when hopefully these COVID-19 issues are resolved, that GRTA is ready to provide a more reliable and safe transit system, much better than what we have right now.
Right.
So we have electric buses that were part of the $9.5 million. We have another $1.9 million to do feasibility study on Uber-type transit system for Guam. So in addition to everything that we're doing, so it's been challenging, but we're coping.
Right. I did see your citizen-centric report outlining some of the challenges that you face, but you also provided the future outlook, like you mentioned, for GRTA with the purchase of the electric buses and things like that. But you guys really have received a lot of federal funding to make several different improvements and purchases with your agency. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, we've been taking advantage of every opportunity that we have with regards to funding, because it's clear that the local government, really, honestly hasn't been very supportive, really in that matter. Everything that we're purchasing, let me tell you, GRT has 23 buses and vans. We're getting ready to buy by the end of 2021. If everything goes well with our procurement measures, we should have another 20 fossil fuel operated buses. And this is besides the 8 electric buses and 8 electric cars that we're bringing on board, and that's all federal funds. Really, $2.9 million for FY21 is the budget for GRTA. And I spent a lot of time or some time doing research to make things better. And in areas that are comparable to Guam, like Maui and Kauai, their budget is, it's not a laughing matter. Their budget is like $9 million. So, with what I have, we're working hard to make things better. Right. But if I have something like what Maui and Kauai's got, I think better things will come faster.
Right.
Yeah, I see it here. Acquire a piece of government property that GRTA can use to build a transfer station with all the amenities for riders. I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah.
You want to build establish an apprenticeship program, build a park and ride facility in Dededo.
Yeah, yeah. And really, the park and ride, as you can see, Dededo and Jigu continues to grow. In addition to that, Anderson Air Force Base is growing. The Marine Corps Base is coming up. Those 4 areas will comprise of perhaps maybe at least over 1/3 of Guam's population. So there's going to be in addition to now, there's going to be much more congestion. So if we have a park and ride up there and allow people to park their cars and get on the bus and travel to their destinations, I think we can help reduce congestion in Guam.
Yeah.
And of course, people will be able to go to work with public transportation.
Nice.
And one thing that a lot of people don't tend to realize, public transit is never a money-making venture. The dividends that public transit brings to the government is the fact that when it brings people to work, they pay taxes. They reduce social reliability of social programs. They reduce the earned income tax credit.
Right.
They go out and spend money for quality of life stuff. So that's the big dividend.
Yes.
Of the good transit.
Yeah, no, Mr. B, we totally support it. Transit's been underfunded, underrepresented, under everything for how many years? So
Under the bus.
Under the bus. Hey, you know what? I remember reading something in a FOIA I sent back in the beginning of the pandemic where you were trying to procure some new buses. Did that ever happen?
And it's under protest, and hopefully this week it will be resolved with the OPA and the parties concerned.
Lana do the protest. Oh man.
And the other thing is, this is my first time working for a government of Guam line agency. I come from the best Air Force in the world. I come from Guam Community College. I worked there for 9 years and then left. And so it's been a big challenge. Really, I want to be honest with everybody. Big challenge. I've never done this before. Yeah.
You don't sound too excited. I've never been through all this before. Okay, Mr. B.
And I haven't given up, and I will not give up because I told the governor that I'm going to be with her till the end. So I'm the lieutenant governor, right?
Yeah, we're all going down together, Mr. B.
Yeah,
we're on this ride.
Chris,
Buckle up.
And you know what, Chris? Historically speaking, ask Sabrina way back when I was a member of the board over 20 years ago. Sabrina was out there interviewing me many times.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I love getting you on. I like it. You always have your 2 cents or $5.
Yeah, straight up, I like to say.
Yeah,
Just
Mr.
straight up.
Babalta, thanks for your time this morning. I know you got to go to a meeting, but again, thank you for coming on and giving us the info.
Right.
Not a problem. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Have a good day.
Stay safe.
Yes, appreciate it. Wash your hands. Jay, what do we got? Hold on, sir.
Oh, we actually have a special virtual parting gift made by our very own DJ Joe, sir. We have virtual sweet spaghetti.
Oh, nice.
With a banana ketchup.
Yes, Filipino style, Mr. B.
And quartered hot dogs.
Enjoy.
Okay.
All right. I don't know if you're diabetic or not, Mr. B, but portion control.
Take care.
That's
All right,
okay.
take care.
802. Yeah, guys, it's Jason's week to take care of the virtual snacks in the K-Wave News Zoom room.
We're all over the culinary map this week, baby.
That's why a lot of people are turning down the interviews this week. They're like, no, Jason's doing the food. No, wait till next week. Guys on KUAM TV, thanks so much for jamming with us this morning on this Thursday, the 29th day of October, Ordinary Time. Appreciate it. Come and jump over to our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. We're on the way. We have Major Anton Uggan. There's an outbreak at the Department of Corrections. We have more on that coming up. We also have Dr. Hoa. And are we getting Crystal?
She was in a meeting. She said she can't make it. She can't get out of it.
Right on. So we were going to get Crystal. We've been trying to get the governor. Lieutenant Governor has been AWOL for the last couple of weeks. So you got us. But I don't think you guys mind. Bree?
Yes?
Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV again. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. And Jos.
Bye.
And we're back. Good morning, Guam.
17 seconds. You beat your own record. Okay,
Oh, wow.
you're really flush now.
The PR.
Okay, take.
Yeah.
Are you starting to see stars? Good
Little
thing we
bit.
got a doctor in the Zoom room. You know.
I like it. It's 8:03, guys. We're going to take a real quick break. I just want to tell you guys, good morning, okay? It's the link on the breeze. Again, we're KUAM FM 93.9. Good morning on you. We'll be back with more of the show next.
Catch the link. Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KOM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KOM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
What I'm offering the people of Guam in this election is the kind of service that is predicated upon integrity and honesty and trust. Not Robert Underwood, just candidate for Congress. This is Robert Underwood with a whole bunch of people running for Congress. And that's all of you, ladies and gentlemen. All of you are running for Congress. This is not a one-man show. This is a movement. This is a movement for dignity. This is a movement for trustworthiness. This is a movement for integrity. I'm standing up for you all the time. I will fight with everything I got. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey again, Janelle Carrera, public health spokesperson, talking about testing here. Tier 2 clinics, AMC clinics, One Love Pediatrics, Guam Radiology, and Guam Medical Care. Those are your designated Tier 2 clinics. Again, if you're a close contact or if you have symptoms or you don't have insurance, you can also go through public health. You can call 311 option 1
or 635-7252.
Is it 7252 or 7525?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I got
terrible with numbers. It could be 2526.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 635-7525 or 635-7526. Okay. 811. Let's go into the Zoom room where we have the Physicians Advisory Group Chair, of course, Dr. Hoa Wen. Morning, Doc. Morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. There's a lot of confusion, and I think that Janella tried her best to clarify some point this morning on testing, and I'm going to try to clean up a little bit more mess in the testing, so that way I hope that most people will hear this message so they can have a right idea what we do, because the PNC news yesterday is really a mess. It create a lot of confusion. So, okay, so let me clarify this thing first. Okay, all the tier 2 clinic, I mean that AMC, FHP, SDA, seeing all the patient. Doesn't matter you have insurance or not insurance. We don't refer you to public health. If we can fit you into our schedule to be seen, you will get seen, okay? Now, the difference with the tier 2, the 3 big tier 2 clinic is that only AMC have the Abbott machine. That's the point of care testing that we prioritize for the sick visit, because we want to identify the people that have the COVID-19 so we can isolate them. Okay, so all the tier 2 see everybody. It doesn't matter if you have private insurance or no insurance, okay? But again, it's depending on how much people we can fit into our schedule. Our schedule at AMC, we see about anywhere from 30 to 50, 60 patients a day. Okay, as much as they show up, we try to see them. Just they have to wait. Now, a lot of people go through the AMC before. You go in and out that 4-room in isolation, and there's no money exchange there. It's completely at no cost to the patient at all. Okay. Now, with SDA and FHP, people can understand, they don't have Abbott machine. So when they see sick patient, again, at no cost to the patient, they have to do testing. Either they send the test to public health or they send the test to DOS. If patients have insurance, they send it to DOS to be run because they can access the system a lot faster to retrieve the result for the patient a lot faster within 24 hours. If patient don't have insurance, they send it to public health to be run, and that process slow down a little bit. Sometimes you get a return time for a day or two, but the no clinic in Guam can have access to public health database. So we have to wait to public health contact the clinic for the result. So that's what the inconvenient about that one. Okay, but so they don't know. There's no cost, but somebody have to pay for it. So basically, private insurance with SDA and FHP, they go to the private insurance if you're sick. If not, then they go to public health with the testing. But those two clinics, those two big tier 2 clinics will see everyone, doesn't matter you have insurance or not. Now, there's two tier 3 clinic, which is One Love Pediatric and also Dr. Gago, Guam Medical Care. They also have the Abbott machine that they will also see patients that are sick that go through them at no cost to the patient neither. Okay, so those are availability for the people that can come in. Now, the only time that patient pay anything at all, if let's say you go travel clearance, you go to Hawaii for vacation,
Yeah.
they going
How many weeks am I going for?
Okay, because you cannot bill that to the insurance. That's your vacation time. No insurance, no public health will pay for that. So each clinic depends the fee schedule that will charge the patient to get tests because you go to Hawaii for vacation. Someone have to pay for DOS. Will not run for free because they are a private company. Okay, so they charge you $125 or so to do the test to go to Hawaii. Okay, and the clinic to recoup the cost for the manpower, they're going to charge you from the manpower fee. So that's the only time that they get charged on for the COVID testing. Also, big company, they do their own close contact tracing. Sometimes they request 30, 40, 50 tests to take care of the employee, and that's between the company and each clinic that do that. Okay, now the executive order that the governor have only exists through the tier 2 clinic and some of the tier 3 clinic. But other private clinics like Express Care or ISP or any other small clinic, they are not bound to be under the executive order. So, they can do whatever they do, okay, ethically to charge the patient, recoup the cost. That's up to them to do that. But, the executive order does not, have any authority over the small private clinic. So that's only applied to the tier 2 clinic and some of the tier 3. Now, when we see patients for COVID-19 testing, every clinic will prioritize the patient depending on their symptom. Because if you don't prioritize them, you don't have enough times a day or manpower to swab everybody, on the island. So what we prioritize, and the number one that will go first, if you have any symptom. If you're symptomatic, they're going to try to squeeze you in as much as you can and see you. Okay, we don't like to turn away sick patients because we need to identify anyone that tests positive for COVID-19. Number 2 in line is the close contact. We will triage you on the close contact to make sure that the exposure time is adequate for us to do the testing, because you come in too early, you exposed someone yesterday, and you come in tomorrow, it won't be positive, but you still carry the virus. So we kind of ask you to quarantine yourself at home, appropriately about 5 to 6 days after you get exposure. they will test you, and usually they give an appointment time, so that way you know you can get tested after 5-6 days post-exposure. So that's number 2 on the line. And number 3 is anything else that people request to. You walk in and say, I don't have no reason, but I want to get tested. Those are the last option that we have. We're going to try to see them to get tested, but they're the last priority the most. So we prioritize them based on their symptom, based on close contact, based on reason why they want to be tested. So, but guys, when it's a no cost to the patient. Seriously, most of you guys go to AMC before. You go in, you go out. There's absolutely no money involved, no payment, nothing, at no cost to the patient. Remember, depend on clinic, they have Abbott and no Abbott. That's a big difference. The confusion on top is that if you have no Abbott, diagnostic lab is a private company. They will charge the patient or the private insurance for the test to be done in their lab. So again, all the providers are trying their best to find reason to build the insurance rather than put the cost on the patient. Okay, so when you see the patient say that, why have to pay for this one? Just because if if the provider find no reason for you to be tested and you would like to be tested, then they have to put a charge there, because that charge is go to diagnostic lab for running the test. Okay, so I'm not sure I answered on the question, but I think that will clarify a lot of stuff. So again, tier 2 is under the executive order. That's what I agree with the governor, that no tier 2 should be charged any patient, okay, unless they travel for personal use or for company. But for the rest, depend on you have to Abbott or no Abbott. Okay, so that's the kind of the short summary of what the testing is all about. Okay, so I hope that clarifies and any question or concern that people have.
Doc, is Guam Radiology a tier 3?
Guam Radiology is considered tier 3. Okay. Now they have, because of the nature of their business, they have a lot of patients that go in there that for emergency, radiology study. Just like you have if ER call them or clinic call them, say I need to do this thing stat, and so they need the ability to test everyone that comes from the inside the door, because you lay on the CT scan, they do invasive procedure for you in their clinic, and they need to know those patients are positive or negative, because they take a lot of risk exposure to their staff. When the patient come into a private clinic to be seen for sick, we minimize the contact time with the patient. Usually, as you can see, the contact time is 15 minutes cumulatively. But remember, those patients that go to radiology, they stay in there sometimes for MRI for 2-3 hours. So they do test on everyone that go into their clinic to do procedure, just because there's a huge exposure time for them on the patient, because it's not 5-10 minutes, it's several hours for a patient to lay there during the radiology study. So they have an Abbott machine there on that stuff, but they are considered tier 3 clinics.
Right. How was it decided who was going to get the Abbott machines?
The Abbott machine, anyone can apply for the Abbott machine, okay, with the condition that you have to see patient regardless of payment. The Abbott machine, patient are sick, you have to price tag. Remember, you can't. If they are sick, other clinic refer to you to get seen, because they know you have Abbott machine. You will see every one patient, and you cannot charge them. They go in and they go out at no cost to anybody. Mm-hmm. And that's the point of care, and anyone can apply if they agree that they see every one patient. It's not just yours. It's not something that you use for your own clinic. You have to open your clinic to everybody. Like I say, regardless payment. Okay, you have to see them at no cost. And again, you don't use the Abbott for just travel clearance or anything that personal. You only use the Abbott when you have symptoms, because that's a point of care machine. So again, a lot of headache to use them, a lot of risk, because that's what you see sick patient all day. You know, our full isolation room run from 8 to 6, and they don't stay empty. You know, one after the other, and that's what you do all day. So that opened any clinic that want to do the same thing. It's not for any type of private gain. That's just a commitment to use for own a sick patient, like I say, at any clinic. So if you have a clinic call you, say I have a sick patient, can I send over? You know, you answer yes, send them over, and we prioritize them and see them, and they go in and they go out.
Okay. So just again, for clarification, whether you have insurance or not, and you are exhibiting symptoms or maybe a close contact to somebody who is positive, you can go to a tier 2 clinic to be tested. But in order for it to be free, the tier 2 or tier 3 clinic must have these Abbott machines. And those clinics are AMC, One Love Pediatrics, Guam Medical Care, and Guam Radiology.
Yes, you correct there, Sabrina, but also you don't forget FHP and SDA.
Right, but
they also see patient, but again, if you have private insurance, they try to do the test and send the swab to DOS to run. Okay, if you don't have insurance, then they will do the test and
Sorry,
send to public health to run. That's the difference. But you know, they will ask insurance to have it, so that way they can build it to public health. But there's no pay on those things neither.
Because your insurance would pay for it. At the tier 2
Yes, but
FHP SDA that do not have the Abbott machine.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Okay. But if you go to any other clinic that is not in the tier 2 or the specific tier 3, then yes, the other clinics have the right to charge, because you know, I mean, they are private clinic, and you know, they will charge. They do the same thing as a tier 2. Okay, they have a different pay structure, but again, they are trying their best to build the insurance rather than have the patient pay for it. But again, every time that you send a swab to DOS, patient have to sign a form from DOS say that if the insurance refuses to pay, that DOS will expect the patient to pay. You know, so they have a form by DOS, not from the clinic, for any clinic, not from diagnostic lab, that have the patient acknowledge that if the insurance don't pay, then the patient might be billed for it. Again, the DOS is a private company, you know, that supply the equipment and do the testing. So we can't control what DOS does, but they are a very good partner, and they get the tests within 12 to 24 hours, and the physician can access the database, and it's very efficient. That's what we, for private insurance, we like to use the OSs, because it's so easy for us to get the result back to our patient as soon as possible.
You did mention, though, that you said you could apply, I guess that what clinics can apply for an Abbott machine. Are they applying to public health? And does public health have these Abbott machines stored in a closet somewhere?
Yeah, you know, we have Abbott machine of public health. Again, if the clinic want to write to public health, I told them before, is public health, they will try to allocate an Abbott machine for them. That's just, they just have to make sure that they do the paperwork correctly regarding reporting. At the end of the day, all the negative and positive, along with all the demographic, and also agree to see anyone that walk to the front door of your clinic. Absolutely, there's no pay for it. You just do it. Sick, you just see them, okay, and then that's the key. That's just to increase the access to care for people that are sick. That's all we want, is to make sure that we capture most of the sick patient and not turn them away.
Yeah.
Okay, that's doesn't matter how busy we are, and they just walk in and we squeeze as much as we can through that, and sometimes you exhaust your capacity. When you got 60, 70 patients a day, you can't move any faster than that, because the room has to be cleaned, the room has to be sanitized after every patient. So, you can only do so much, because we close at 6 o'clock.
Right, Doc.
And,
I was talking with you the other day, and you were telling me about so many sick people going into the clinics. Can you tell us what you're seeing at the clinic level as a tier 2 at AMC? What kind of people are coming in to get tested, and how sick are they?
Yeah, they really sick. Just the Monday, Tuesday, our 4 patients, they really sick. They come in the clinic, the oxygen saturation down to 80s. They're huffing and puffing. It's not a pleasant environment to work for. There's a lot of risk for the clinic to have an average, because they know you have it, so they're gonna come in to the location where there's an average, and they present the sickest patient. And those again, most of them, I would say, over 60-70% of them are still from family gathering. From people from house that visit another person's house. And that's what most of the positive that we have in the clinic is, because the family gathering still. And I know the governor tried to minimize that, and there's some executive order out there that try to prevent people from different house to come together, and we need help in that one. So mostly from house to house.
Mm-hmm. So Doc, what did you guys discuss?
And I don't.
What did you guys discuss last night?
What was Sabrina?
Oh no, what are you guys going to discuss tonight at the meeting, the Physicians Advisory Group meeting?
Yeah, tonight basically, we're going to discuss more about what action we need to do to kind of curtail the virus. There's some, the rapid the target testing that we want to talk about, okay, and how to move forward. How to approach this thing. It's not just a target testing itself. Once you identify this positive pocket, you have to continue to come back to the same place, and not just one-time things and then you're done. Because remember, we identify it's going to be recurrence. So you just don't go there one time and that's it, you're done. You have to have a plan to keep going back to the same place, make sure that the initial problem have been fixed. Okay, so that's just something that we really have to do. If we just go in there one time and we just walk away and don't do anything to monitor, make sure that there's nothing fixed in those areas, and we will have recurrent positive in the same area. So there's a plan A, and then there's a plan B to follow. So we have to do something like that. And again, we still will try to push for reach out to the 20 to 40-year-old population that have the highest rates of positivity, and try to use a different platform to reach them.
Yep. Yeah.
Some of them don't nothing. So we're gonna do Facebook and
They were trying to have a concert, Doc. How stupid was that?
The young people does, try to reach. First, I have no comment to organize.
I know,
that.
yeah. Well,
So,
Doc, have you
we
heard?
have Halloween come up, so we have to be very careful.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything else? Any specific details about the public health? I mean, the COVID-19 public health enforcement regulations and the fines that they plan on imposing for people violating the governor's executive order I know you had mentioned it a couple weeks ago that we needed to do more. We needed to put some teeth into the enforcement. Do you have any specifics? I mean, it was dropped in this executive order, but that was about it.
Yeah, we really want to push that a whole lot because Dr. Cabrera have a graph there that show Hawaii and Guam. I'm serious, it's beautiful graph that go up at the same time. But when Hawaii enforced their fine, they pretty steep, like 5,000. It's a huge amount of fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that curve goes straight down. It's really very effective way to make sure that we change the behavior of the people, right? Just like if you drive down the road and there's a speed trap there, and it's just a warning that you go too fast. I don't care. I'm going to continue to go fast. But
you're crazy,
if I have a station of $250 to $500 fine, trust me, I see that speed trap, I would down. It changed people's behavior by enforcing the executive order.
Yeah, it's too bad we had to get to this point, though. Too bad our people didn't get their act together. Now they're going to fine us. What's the fine for not washing your hands 85 times a day, Doc? Do you know?
Culture.
What should the fine be if you don't wash your hands?
Yeah, so, it's just, but hopefully the fine will curb the virus for us, and that's the only thing we do. I think that close down any more restriction, it's very hard to do more restriction. We just need to enforce our executive order. So that's what we want. But again, I hope that people understand more about the testing on the stuff. Again, we still want to increase the capacity for testing. Public health still do around 300 tests or less per day. That's the capacity. The DOS about 250 per day. With all the average that run, so we're still kind of limited, probably about 500-600 tests a day max. We can't do any more than that. So for us to move forward to contain this thing, we need to increase the capacity to 1,000 to 3,000 a day, and not put a limitation on the clinic and testing, because sometimes there's this overwhelm the testing capacity of the island.
So how much are you going to be able to keep up with this, going at it every single day?
Oh, man. I think you froze him with that question, Bree. Oh, there you are. Yeah.
Sabrina, I've been telling the governor and everyone else, especially the past 2 or 3 weeks, all the staff on the big patient to be patient. Some the clinic get yelled at because people wait too long, but through lunch, we stack people so with that way we don't we see people through lunch. We try the best we can, but see 70 patients a day, every day, 6 days a week. It's a long day.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Doc, maybe we need to get.
You, Doc.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Maybe we need to get Dr. Jolene Uggan on again. Can you arrange that? Let her come on here and just song in some of these people. I'd love to have her on.
So it's that lady, we can't see her that much. So
I know you got pulled, Doc. Make it happen.
Okay, you gotta be safe, and again, I hope Janetta and I, clear up the confusion for you guys. So anything else, you can always text me, and I try to answer as much as possible.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate it, Doc. Jay, what do we have in the KUM News Zoom room, Doc? Hold on.
We got virtual sweet spaghetti, Doc, with the banana ketchup.
Do you like the Filipino spaghetti? I heard you liked it in the PI on that mission you went on.
Yeah, with hot dogs.
I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, take two.
Bye, guys.
Okay, bye. Sweet spaghetti, Jay. What?
Sweet spaghetti is not an acquired. Wait. Where do you guys? Are you guys thumbs up or thumbs down on sweet spaghetti?
All the way, 2 thumbs down.
Really?
Sorry.
Oh.
Well, I like the spaghetti at Jollibee when we tried that. That was actually pretty good.
And that's no, but I mean it's the banana ketchup, and some people like quartered hot dogs. Some people like
I just think
regular ground beef.
Jay, there's 2 things that don't belong in spaghetti. Sorry, banana ketchup and hot dogs. They just no.
I don't know. My first time trying it,
Those
I really
2
liked it.
They belong in a hot dog.
I don't like the sweet meats and the sweet chicken, the sweet rib. Oh man, that just really burns me. I
Right.
can't.
Yeah, Joe's saying the Tocino.
I mean, if you wanted to go, because I understand you're trying to, pay tribute to our, Tagalog and Filipino fans and Joser, but I mean, Pinakbit. You could have made virtual Pinakbit. I love Pinakbit.
You know who's a guy who actually has very strong opinions on sweet spaghetti? Our friend Sergeant Paul Tapal. I've had this conversation with him when we've done Crime
He
of the
looks
Week.
like he likes sweet spaghetti, though.
He's in the Zoom room. Right, like, well, can we open with that question? I would love to hear it.
Sarge, so sweet spaghetti, trick or treat?
Tricks. Tricks.
All the way, right?
Well, thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
It's a tribute, Halloween heroes. Who do you have with us? Who do you have on with you?
Thanks for having us. So,
Yeah, of course,
thank you for the invitation. Wait, let me put on my costume. It's only fitting because. Sergeant Napati from Juvenile, her team, Officer Eric Asanoma, all the way from the beautiful 828 side of Inarahan. We have Officer Jason Kirigua, and we have Ms. Joni Terlahi. And you see they're all wearing suits. So here's mine. I know I'm going to be a hero. So there you go. Elliot Ness. I took down
Oh, wow.
I was either going to say Elliot Ness or Cheech and or Chong.
Or how about the dude from Banana Republic?
Yeah.
Or you can say I was the Zoot Suitor, the stand-in for American Me.
A Zoot Suit Riot. Right on, Sarge. Way to go, and thank you guys for getting decked out for this Halloween. Props to our frontliners, especially to the Guam Police Department, as we know you guys have had COVID hit, very close to home. So it really means a lot for you guys to come out here.
We got one more officer coming in. We got a guest is Don Derek. Whoops. There he is.
Morning. Officer Lucius. Welcome.
Officer John Derek Lucis.
Oh, I thought it was John Luscious. What are you dressed as? What are you dressed as?
These are our teams from our juvenile investigation
Nice.
section. So, big ups to Sergeant Maggie. She's doing a phenomenal job with the team. And of course, everybody that's here. So thanks, Sarge.
You're welcome. We've got a great team.
Thank you guys so much again. And the message here, Bree, with our hero frontliners for Halloween.
Right, it's just Halloween safety. Hopefully there won't be a lot of people running around in the streets this weekend. But just if you could share with our listeners and viewers, maybe parents that might be listening, just some safety tips for Halloween.
Sure. So I'll go ahead first with just really, being a part with the Joint Information Center. We work closely with, all the other government agencies and really doing our efforts to spread the message, provide information to the community and really find ways to help mitigate the spread of COVID-19. So, the Department of Public Health and Social Service they came out with, pretty much just a write-up on what we can do, the high risk and the low risk approach in celebrating Halloween. And it really mirrors the CDC guidelines. And, we ask parents, we ask, household members, head of the households to really exercise, analyze this approach, whether it be from the Department of Public Health's recommendation or the CDC guidelines, in finding a low risk approach to celebrate Halloween. Because we know, Dr. Ho was just got offline and he talked about the spread and everything, and low risk events that you can do as a family. I, for one, we're going to do a movie night
We're going to do in-house trick-or-treating, and we're doing scavenger hunt, and it's just going to be with our household. But this, again, was a decision that was made by, the family and how we're going to celebrate and, gone are the days where we're going to dress up and walk the streets of Sinahaña. So, these are things in which, we want to do. And of course, the companies and the agencies that have elected to do really low-risk approach with curbside, open air, stay in your car, turn off your aircon, everybody wears masks, and just that simple approach for trick-or-treating. But this is from the standpoint of the Joint Information Center with the recommendations from Department of Public Health and Social Service, and of course, the guidelines from CDC. So again, we ask parents, head of households to really evaluate an effective and safe way to celebrate Halloween this year.
Right on. Thank you, Sarge. Thank you, the Juvenile Investigative Section. Appreciate you guys getting decked out. Thank you, Sarge. I guess you don't want any sweet spaghetti, but everyone else, you guys can grab some virtual sweet spaghetti on your way out. All right. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, guys. So, Sarge Max, any
anything in closing, Sarge?
You want to give the kids?
Yes, as Sergeant Paul said, we want to encourage a celebration of Halloween, but do so in accordance to the guidelines that were put out by CDC and Public Health. We want to make sure that families really hold tight together and stay safe. There's many things that could be done as alternatives to trick-or-treating, like Sergeant Paul said, movie night. You can make decorations. My kids have made decorations. Just fun activities you can do inside the house. And the creator I have with me made her own mask.
Yay!
So we've been doing some things at the house to celebrate Halloween. You can have fun without going out in the neighborhood and trick-or-treating. There's other things to do. Play games, read spooky stories, tell spooky stories.
Good advice. Thanks again, Sarge. JIS, thank you. Link out and grab some sweet spaghetti on your way. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
That's okay.
Thank you.
That's right on. 8:45. There you go. That was so cool, Bree.
I know.
Good job.
Good job to GPD.
It's 8:45.
Hopefully it won't be a busy weekend for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Mother Nature may give them like a little help, with the rain.
Here's what I think our plan should be, guys, because we did get land and islet from the National Weather Service. They're watching a tropical depression, a system down by Chuuk. They showed us a bunch of different forecast models, and all four of them showed this system passing our way to the south between Guam and Yap, right? But if you talk to the old school weather people, systems like this that start over there in Chuuk, sometimes they go a little north. So we'll be watching this. But what I'm thinking and what I'm hoping, what I'm praying for, and maybe we could all help out by washing our cars today and tomorrow, is a really rainy weekend. So everyone just stays home. Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, 8:46. We're back with more. This is The Link, by the way. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Yes, you are. That's Jason and then Joe Sir over there. It's all proudly brought to you by Carrier, 647 Cool, the Thrive Coalition, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E right here on 93.9 The Breeze.
Help slow the spread of viruses. For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KYM News IG for this fun and collect your... Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KUAM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Hey you guys, Hoffa, are you ready?
We're ready!
Ready to move in a positive direction, ready to move forward. Are you ready?
I am ready. Are you? Viva Underwood for Congress.
Manlistuham!
Biba! Buffians for...
Robert Underwood!
Yeah!
Inanahu Zentatohu para umabota si Senor Robert Underwood.
Sonia is ready! Viva Underwood!
Robert Underwood for Congress! The Alvarez family from Jigo is voting for Robert Underwood.
Are you ready?
I am ready. We are ready for Robert Underwood.
I'm voting for Robert Underwood.
I'm supporting Robert Underwood.
Are you ready?
We're ready!
Viva Underwood for Congress!
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Oh man, shots fired. We just had a, not real shots fired, guys. Literal, figurative shots fired as the Republican Party of Guam. Bree, did you see this release they just came out with?
Yeah. Just looking at it right now.
Yeah, pretty fire. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Republican Party of Guam just minutes ago issued a press release. It says on Wednesday, October 28th, Governor Lulian Guerrero signed Executive Order 2020-38 with the intent of suspending the administrative adjudication law, which is a government mandate on how rules and regs are established for government policy. It includes a process of transparency and public input. In summary, she basically told the people of Guam that she is now imposing a dictatorship and that she, only she, is the law. What did the Democrat majority in the Guam legislature do? They turned a blind eye. Governor Leon Guerrero wishes to fine any island resident who is outside of their home after 7 p.m. She wants to impose a citation if you take your kids to the beach or even if you take them for a drive to get them out of the house. She will give your neighbor a reward if they report your actions, hence dividing our island community. She wants to play the role of Hitler, Stalin, or Napoleon when it comes to controlling your lives and increasing your dependency on her government. This is a release from the Republican Party of Guam.
Yeah, guys.
And she
Their
wants
words,
to,
not ours.
and she wants to do all of this without your input and your participation. Her puppets in the Guam legislature not only have the ability, but also they have a supermajority to end this dictatorship, but have instead chosen to continue campaigning for their re-election bids, hence turning a blind eye. The administration's management of the COVID-19 pandemic has proven to be inconsistent, ineffective, and has failed to pass any muster of transparency. The information being provided by her advisors continues to be contradictory. They fail to provide reliable data, and all along the governor's campaign supporters are attaining lucrative million-dollar contracts while bypassing procurement laws. The Democrat majority elected to turn a blind eye during this entire process. In April of this year, the people of Guam, through social media and other means, expressed their disappointment and opposition in Bill 335-35, which was introduced by Speaker Teen Munya Barnes and Senator Amanda Shelton, to give the governor the authority to impose fines and curfews. The measure failed because the people spoke up. The people can speak up once again, and that is through the voting booth. The message is simple, that they will not support a dictatorship or senators who turned a blind eye. End of statement.
Yeah. So that's the Republican Party. They're coming really hard. There was Nestor did an info Zoom that played last night. I was watching it. It was Sarah Thomas Nutty Dog, the Democrat Party chair, and the Republican Party chair senatorial candidate, Tony Yatta.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, unfortunately for the Democrats, they deserve it. They're in this position where they're having to, if they're these administration puppets that the party is, the Republican Party is referring to, having to defend this steaming pile of crap that is the pandemic response by the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration.
Right.
So yeah, the Republicans are just going to keep hammering on, and shooting into this everybody hates Lou vein. I mean, they're coming hard with it, and a lot of these issues,
right,
you can't really, dispute because, there's a lot of problems with the response.
Yeah, we got everybody got the executive order yesterday afternoon. It did talk about the governor's superpowers and how she's going to flex even more. And there's going to be these imposition of these fines and penalties in the COVID-19 public health enforcement regulations. The problem, though, is that they're still in draft form.
Yeah.
And so she announced
Why would you announce it if it's still in draft form?
Right. So we had Janela Carrera, the spokesperson for the Department of Public Health. Again, she confirmed that it was in draft form.
Yeah.
But they do plan to have public hearings on this. So but, there's no timeline.
Yeah.
We really don't know.
They just announced it, I think, to put the scare into everybody. And, first question you asked yesterday, Bree, when this executive order came out, what was the first question you asked?
Can I get a copy of the COVID-19 public health rules and regulations?
The fine schedule. And then what was
Right.
her answer? It's in draft form.
Yeah.
You can't FOIA something that's in draft form, by the way.
Yeah. So, she did hint, Janela did hint that they are looking at fines for individuals ranging from $100 up to $1,000, and for businesses, $1,000 up to $10,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and so we did have a couple comments here. Taylor comments, and what did the Republican minority do? Even worse, nothing. Moylan went to a recall rally, but won't introduce a recall bill to do so. That's how, anyway, so. Yeah, it's definitely, I think we're going to see some of this with the election on Tuesday. Because, they're coming hard, and, the senators are not really hearing much. Senator Shelton's out there dancing. So these are real valid issues that the Republicans are bringing up, and that we just haven't seen the legislature really step up to the plate. I do want to say, I was talking to someone last night, the executive orders, right? These are just being pumped out at the governor's office or whatever. And obviously they can't enforce these executive orders because we've heard they go to these businesses, they're scared, they're getting sued, they're scared to shut businesses down. But what if we had reversed and now I understand that the governor's trying to meet with the senators to do something like this fine schedule, but what if they had done that in the beginning? Instead of, some lawyer at Adeloop cranking out these, executive order rules and regulations, what if they went to the legislature and went to the lawmaking body and worked with them to get these things passed into law like they're kind of trying to do now?
Right.
Maybe we wouldn't have these issues with you can't enforce an executive order. It was in the law.
Yeah, and in the executive order, it kind of gives you the numbers with what GPD and public health have been doing. Since the institution of the stay-at-home order, GPD counseled or removed approximately 3,380 individuals for violating social gathering and social distancing guidelines. GPD received approximately 607 calls via the 311 hotline reporting violations of the executive orders. GPD also responded to 907 calls of violations of the executive orders, including social gatherings at establishments or private residence, including a recent highly publicized gathering at a local restaurant with over 100 individuals gathered in indoor and outdoor spaces without wearing masks or social distancing. And so those are just some of the numbers they put in the executive order, I guess trying to explain away why, we need these fines and fees, and about how public health has this COVID-19 enforcement regulations, which we're all waiting to see.
Okay, let's just move on here. We've been talking about the potential of an outbreak at the Department of Corrections since March. And outside looking in, it kind of looks like that's what we have. So we're bringing on Major Anton Uggan, where we reported the news yesterday, Bree, 11 coronavirus positives.
Amongst recruits and officers.
Major Uggan, I noticed you got your mask on this morning. Major?
Yes.
Yeah. So.
I have people coming in and out of my office, so I wear it.
Nice. That's good. Yeah. Safety first. Tell us about these 11 positives at DLC.
I'm sorry. Say again, Chris.
Tell us about the positives at DLC. Nice headphones. Those your daughters?
I think that's better if I put on
right
my
on,
earphones.
yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Tell us about the positives at DLC. Yes, they are his daughter's headphones,
so,
guys.
Like the new... Yes. So, like the media release said, we have 11 officers. 5 of them are recruits, and 6 of them are full-time correction officers. Within the last week or so, several of the officers were already on personal leave, and they reported they were starting to experience flu-like symptoms. So they remained away from the compound, and eventually tested positive. And then throughout the week, a few of our recruits started to experience some illness. We have 15 recruits, and out of the 15, 5 of them are positive. We have about 10 of them, I believe, or 9, give or take, that are on quarantine. We went ahead and secured them just as a precaution. And so they are on quarantine. A few of them are getting a test, not all of them. And so we're still waiting to hear back on those results from those officers.
Why aren't they all getting tested?
Well, some of them are. Some of them are not feeling symptoms at this point, but they're still on quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've been advised that, if they get exposed, to give it a couple days, to see if the symptoms develop. Because if they get tested like right away, they may get a negative, but turns out they do have it. Mm-hmm. But it takes a couple days for the virus to appear, to show itself.
Do they all work on the same shift?
No, ma'am. There were 2 different shifts.
spread
Yeah,
out
the different
between.
shifts.
All right, spread out between these officers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do they all work in the same, I guess, post or unit?
They've been assigned to perimeter. So a perimeter has about 5 different perimeter stations. So yeah, they were out there probably rotating between stations and things like that. I don't have all the exact details of their movement.
So what sort of contact do they have with the inmates?
So the recruits have no contact with the inmates. The recruits don't have contact with the inmates. They're kept on exterior posts. The other officers, again, about 3 of them were not even in contact with the inmate. They were already on personal leave for other issues with their family. And I think one of them that did have contact with the inmates, this past Sunday, we tested 20 of those inmates and 10 of the officers that may have had come in contact with the one officer that tested positive while on post. And those results came back as negative.
What about you said inmates? What about inmates? How many of
Yeah,
them
we
were
have-
tested?
20.
Do you have the results?
They're negative. All 20 are negative.
Okay, that's good. Are there any other tests pending? Test results pending?
We have a few officers. We're following up on a daily basis I have a few officers that are waiting for the results. Some are not feeling any symptoms. We got a few that tested negative, but they're waiting out the 14-day period to return back to work because they're required still to remain out for the full 14 days, even if they have a negative result.
So how many total officers are out?
Are out? How many are out?
Yeah, I mean not working, whether they're in quarantine or in isolation as a result of this.
As of yesterday, I have 19 officers that are out on quarantine. So, like I said, some are waiting for their test results. Some have already tested negative. And plus the 11 officers that are out because they tested positive. So about a little over 30 officers.
Okay, so what are you having to do to cover down and to make up for this shortage in personnel?
We've made a few reassignments. The operations commander has made a few reassignments of personnel. Again, most of our operations were already suspended. Several of those officers that tested positive were part of our SORT team. And so most of our SORT team members now, I think all of them actually are on quarantine. So we don't have that available at this time, but again, we're just making arrangements as best we can to get through this situation. Some of these officers will be returning back next week. So little by little, they'll be coming right back to work.
How's the staff? Major, are they freaking out? Are you guys worried at all?
Yes, I mean, this is a serious situation. You see what's going on in the community, and it's spiking out there in the community, and obviously it's starting to make its way to our employees here, and we're just struggling, hoping that it does not affect the inmate population.
Right.
So we're continuing to do our part. Require all the officers to wear masks, require the inmates to wear masks, of course, cleaning their areas. The 20 inmates that were tested this past Sunday, they're also in quarantine at their housing unit. They're not allowed to leave their housing unit. So all their work assignments and detail that they do around the compound, these are minimum security, but they're also been restricted to their housing unit, so they don't get to move and they gotta stay out. Even though they're negative, they gotta wait the 14-day period also. So again, we're doing the best we can and adapting to whatever changing situation occurs.
Right. So is that it with the inmate and detainee testing? Are you planning to do more?
As of this point, that's it for the testing, unless there's a need to. The director is working. He wants to retest all the officers again to set up a product where we can do that. So they're working with public health on the best way to approach that so that, you know, the remaining staff again get tested. We've already been tested once a few months back. So now we're looking at doing another second round of testing for the staff. Then we'll take it from there and see what we need to do for the inmate population.
Can you just take us through again? Where's the quarantine? Where's the isolation facility over at DOC? See if you guys have designated an area in the event.
So in the event that there's positive, we have a quarantine unit called Post 7. It's not being used at this time. It's closed down, but that is our plan to put them in that unit. In Agania, we do have a block. One of the blocks down there for new arrestees that come in are kind of quarantined in that section of the prison for 14 days. They're checked daily with the medical staff. And then as they become clear, we move them out. So those are the two quarantine areas that we have. Again, Post 7 is not being used, but in the event that we need to, it is equipped and ready to go and to stand up if we need to.
Just for clarification, quarantine or isolation?
Or isolation, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Major.
Anything else?
I don't know.
Is there anything else? Did anyone throw any meth over the fence again? Any officers get caught bringing in meth or chewing tobacco or weed or anything?
No, if we did, they'll be arrested, so you'll know.
Okay. Anything else we need to know, Major? I'm looking you in the eye.
No, we are, despite what, our challenges here, one of the things we want to do so that we can ease some of the tension that's going on here is we want to continue with our incoming.
That's good.
As you remember, we started that for one day and then we had to suspend it due to the visitation staff that assigned there were quarantined.
Yeah.
They've all returned. None of them tested positive. They all came back. And so we want to move forward with personal hygiene incoming for the remainder of the population. And so we're going to start doing that next week, one unit at a time for different days in the week so that, again, they can get some of their materials and personal hygiene and some other things. And hopefully that will, I know it will ease some of the tension that the prisoners are going through.
Right.
With this extended lockdown. So again, we're still moving forward. We still have a prison to run. And so we can do it, and we just have to take safety measures to get it done.
All right, thank you, Antone.
Okay.
All right, you stay safe.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay.
There's also virtual sweet spaghetti, Major. I don't know, are you a sweet spaghetti guy? Trick or treat?
A what?
Do you like sweet spaghetti with hot dogs in it? Because that's what we have, virtual sweet spaghetti with hot dogs.
I haven't really ate that, but it sounds good. So
Chance it. Go for it. There you go. All right. Okay. Thank you, Major.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, it's 9:10. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room. Very fortunate to get a little bit of Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas' time. Lillian, we saw the record for COVID-19 hospitalizations. I think it was set. It was set again yesterday, and then it was broke again with the very next announcement of the COVID-19 census at GMH. So, if we could, good morning, by the way, and get right into the numbers at Guam Memorial Hospital with the Administrator Lillian Posadas. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Guam. Yes, our census this morning is at 78. Yesterday we had 83 yesterday in the morning, and so we've had some discharges. We've had some transfers over to the SIF. So this morning it's at 78. Of the 78, 14 of them are at the ICU level of care, and of the 14, 4 are on ventilators, and 11 at the SIF. We have transferred a total of about 51 COVID individuals to the SIF. Most of them have gone home, and some of them have gone to the ISOFACT. So, there's progress there. There is hope, and that people have, healed and recovered from this condition. And as far as the, ventilator, the program that Dr. Oven launched in terms of a really active and robust proning approach of these individuals, and that the goal is to prevent them from their respiratory system, further deteriorating, and that they don't need to be on a ventilator. So it seems to be working very well for individuals on ventilator. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Lillian, I wanted to ask about, because, I'd seen some different messages in my WhatsApp chat groups about equipment and things being moved over to the Guam Memorial Hospital. Do you have any information on anything, I don't know, tents or anything being constructed or
constructed?
Or not constructed, but are you guys doing anything over at GMH? I'm just wondering because, like I said, I heard that there was heavy equipment and people moving stuff over to GMH. Is anything going on?
Oh, always going on. Lots of things always going on. We've moved the pediatrics. Actually, it's going to be at 10 o'clock. We're going to start moving those patients in the pediatrics to the 4th floor. We're moving them down to the 1st floor rehab area. That has been converted. The whole area has been converted to accommodate pediatric patients. And if they need to be on a pediatric intensive care unit level, we've also made that area available for the peds population. And in terms of construction that you're talking about, we had the DPW clear out and put some, asphalt, gravel in this courtyard area closest to the Z wing. The purpose of that is to put a tent that will be used by the Guam Fire Department for their donning and their doffing process. We are going to be getting Blue Met tents. I understand they've arrived on island and they're going through the process, the customs clearance process. We are going to be getting Blue Met tents to replace the Warrior tent that's in front of the emergency room. And we're going to station it wherein it will be, under the overhang, so that if we need to, those are for COVID overflow patients who come in through ER. If they need to then come in and be admitted, the overhang will prevent the rain or the patient from getting caught in the rain. So that's what we're going to be doing, is stationing that Blue Met tent there. Then the other Blue Met tent that we're going to station is in the right in the area where the physician's parking lot is, and it's covered. It's going to be protected because it's kind of like an underground parking, but it's open. It's an open bay. And so it will have some protection, if in the event we have typhoon. That Blue Met tent, we're going to use it for overflow of Care 3 patients, COVID patients, who are then either ready to be discharged home or transferred over to the SIF. So that's what's going on in terms of our, continuous, ongoing restructuring, converting our units, our areas, to accommodate patients. And I mentioned last time also that we have used now the volunteers gift shop. We've moved some of the rehab team into there so that they can continue providing rehab therapy services for inpatients who are non-COVID. They need to have their rehab therapy, so they will be coming down to either the 1st floor, or the team will need to go out to where the non-COVID patients are at, who need ongoing rehab therapy. The other part of the rehab team, we've got them stationed over at the SIF so that they can provide, again, ongoing and continuous rehab therapy, treatments and activities for the COVID patients who are there at the SIF, so that they can continue the proning and whatever other, physical therapy or rehab therapy to make sure that, they continue to progress in their recovery.
Right.
So those are what's going on.
Lillian, we saw the pictures of the hospital beds out in the, parking lot, and you're just telling us that we're putting people in the gift shop. What about these tents?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the
Yeah.
tents, the Blue Med tents. You said that we're gonna.
Do they really exist? Because I feel like they don't. They must not exist if we're not using them.
No, the Blue Med tents that are waiting to be cleared by customs, right? That's what Dr. Cabrera told us yesterday.
That's what I just said. Yeah, one will be stationed in the front of the emergency room.
Okay.
The other one will be down in the physician parking lot.
Lillian, though, what kind of, we're looking at a storm passing south of Guam this weekend. How strong are these tents?
Well, my understanding is that they are not capable of withholding typhoon winds, and that's why we're putting them under an enclosed area in the physician so that there's that protection. And also in the emergency room, we're putting them under the overhang, so there's a little bit of protection there. But if anything, if we need to take it down, then for the safety of the patients and the staff, if we need to take it down, then we need to take it down. If we can secure it down more, those are options that we need to take into consideration. Yeah.
Can I follow up on what you were talking about with the pediatrics being moved to the first floor? So the fourth floor then, is that, I've lost count, is this like a CARES 5, CARES 6 unit, and what's the bed capacity?
Okay, the fourth floor right now, that's our surgical floor.
Okay.
We have about, I believe, 33 or 35 beds in that area. So when we move the pediatrics down, that will give us the whole surgical floor available for non-COVID, because that floor is still non-COVID. Surgical patients that we house, and so that will give us the capability of more adult beds for non-surgical, non-COVID.
You guys met last night, the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees. There was a part, I think, in some of the discussion that some of the nurses were split to go from or go to GRMC to help. But then I heard there was a portion where it was mentioned that there's some nurses calling out. They don't want to come in. Can you tell me about that?
No, it's not that they don't want to come in. They're getting sick. They're working a lot of hours. So they're tired, they're getting sick. And so both the GMH nursing staff and some of the staffing solution staff who are here, they're getting tired and they're getting sick. So that's why there's all that call-ins. And, when they do call in, we adjust again the schedule to make sure we cover the areas.
Lillian, when you say they're getting sick, you don't mean sick with a capital S, right? You mean they're not COVID, they're just overworked?
They're just, they're tired, they're overworked. A few have, have tested positive, but majority of them have been cleared and have come back to work. So, they're just tired, they're burned out, they've worked many hours, and so they just need to take a break. And,
Do you guys still have that facility? I remember we talked about it. I don't know if it was condos or hotel or something where GMH staff can go and stay.
The medical staff lodging?
Right.
Yes,
yeah.
we have that available still. And, we've been given the extension to the end of December.
Okay.
So that's, yes, that is available, and it is full, is being fully occupied by our medical staff.
Could you talk about Regeneron?
Regeneron is a monoclonal antibody. We haven't yet started using it, but we received communication from HHS and asking if we would like to be on the list for shipment. And we say yes, we want to, because it's a treatment that hopefully will prevent individuals who test positive from their symptoms getting worse and from them coming into the hospital. It's also given to individuals who do not meet the criteria for the remdesivir. So, we're on the list. Hopefully we will get shipment of the Regeneron.
How much Regeneron, I mean, are they offering, and when would we anticipate it to arrive?
We don't know. That information we don't know at all. So again, we're just waiting for additional communication from our ASPR HHS, support team.
And so Regeneron is basically the medication that was given to the
Is that
president.
the one that's made with the baby embryo or something?
It was given to President Trump, is what I understand.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Stem
It's the
cell or
cocktail
something.
that he got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lillian. Anything else we didn't ask that we forgot that we need to know? Any when you talked about additional staff testing positive for the virus, is that an update from the last time you told us?
Any staff with additional, well, total right now with the second wave, total number of staff who tested positive is 76. Majority of them have come back, have been cleared to come back to work.
Wow.
Before we do let you go, I know during the meeting, it was mentioned by one of the board members about, we always hear about everything going on with COVID, but there is some good news out of GMH, and this was with respect to a recognition, I think, an acknowledgement from the AGA.
Yes. Our citizens-centric report, that's a required report by law that upon completing the financial audit, we are to put out, I believe within 60 days or 90 days, a citizen-centric report, just so you know, I guess a lot of information in terms of the financial status of the hospital, the CMS certification that we continue to, maintain, the total number of individuals or patients that were treated during that fiscal year of the audit. And so it's just a lot of information. And if you want a copy, we can send you a copy. But the association, Accountant Association, recognized GMH for its, citizen-centric report, being very informative, very comprehensive, and, just very helpful information.
Right.
So we thank the AGA for recognizing GMH. And that was put together by Rodolin Gerardo, who was our chief auditor, and also the acting CFO, Ms. Yuka Genova. So they did a great job with that.
Lillian, just to kind of add to that recognition that you received, we have a special presentation for you as well. If you look behind you there in the KUAM News Zoom room, there's a couple platters of sweet spaghetti with hot dogs.
Oh, gosh. Well, thank you, but I prefer the mac and cheese, the lobster mac and cheese.
We'll make it
we can make it happen, okay? Okay.
Thanks, Lillian.
Thank you, Lillian. Be
Take care
safe.
and stay safe.
Okay.
Jay, dog, your sweet spaghetti, not really.
We might actually have unintended leftovers.
Yeah.
Hopefully our mayoral and vice mayoral candidates are, hungry.
Yeah, Gigo seems like they would be into sweet spaghetti.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 9:26. We got to take a break, and we're coming back with our KUAM News Decision 2020 candidate interviews, where we have assembled candidates for mayor and some for vice mayor for the village of Gigo. That's coming up next. Good morning, Guam.
For all of those who love this spooky time of year, KYM brings you an adventure to clear. Choose your path through a virtual trick-or-treat. Hope you get through it without too much heat. Go to KYM News IG for this fun and collect your prize when all is done. Take on this adventure starting October 26th and let this be your Halloween fix. It's fun for all in the family too. Happy Halloween wishes to them and to you. KUAM's virtual trick-or-treat adventure is sponsored by McDonald's. The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
So usually I was taking my mom to chemo every morning, and her appointment usually ran during the times that you guys are running, so we're stuck listening to it, and then we got into it. You guys are the voice of the people, the investigators, the truth.
Well, Ray, thank you so much for that. And our thoughts and prayers. How's your mom doing, man?
She's good now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to chemo anymore, so I'm kind of missing the link a lot.
Wow. Well, you miss a link, you miss a lot, like they say. But thanks for the support, man.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, hasta.
All right, bye.
Okay.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m., to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6. Favorite songs of Air Drum. Hey, 9:36. Let's do it. There's an election happening Tuesday, and that's why we're getting these people on. They're running for office in your village. In Jigo, if that's your village. We have, Bree, who do we have here?
We have Democrat Lillian Guerrero. Francis Lizama, Democrat. Peter Pascual, Democrat. Those are your Jigo mayoral candidates that are with us. Running for vice mayor, they're in the Zoom room. We've got Democrat Sylvia Flores, Edward Lujan, and we have Frank Guerrero, who is a write-in candidate.
Right
so
on.
Thank you all for joining us.
Definitely. And again, we did reach out to all of the candidates running for Jigo mayor, vice mayor. Anthony Sanchez informed me he wouldn't be able to make it, and candidate James Santos did confirm, but he just messaged me. Apologies, scheduling issue this morning, still at my appointment. So, okay. You guys ready? We probably inform you of the rules. There is no hair pulling, no biting, no gouging of the eyes, no nucleating anybody, no punching, kicking. No throwing rocks. All right. We'll ask questions. You guys get a 2-minute opening statement. Each question we ask, you'll have 2 minutes to respond. Don't take it personal. We will cut you when the time is up. And also, you get a 1-minute closing statement. So let's get right into it with our introductory statements, 2 minutes each. And we'll go ahead and start with candidate Francis Lizama. Francis, you have 2 minutes to address the people of Jigo, starting now.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina. Thank you, KUM, for this opportunity. My name is Francis Lizama. I am running for Jigo Mayor, number 2 on the Democratic side of the ballot. I want to serve our community and the Jigo people. My platform is to provide for a safe environment, safe community, cleaner environment, and a better and stronger community. So I humbly ask the people of Jigo, the voters of Jigo, for their support and vote of confidence this upcoming general election. I am from the village of Jigo. I lived here for over 30 years, raised my children, who are also raising their children here in the community. I'm married to Robert Lizama, the former mayor of Jigo, and of course, our family continues to grow. So we want to make sure that our community is safe, clean, and you have improvements in the community that we can ensure safety. So thank you, Chris and Sabrina and KUAM for this opportunity.
Thank you, Francis. Next, we'll go over to Lilian Opeña Guerrero. 2-minute opening statement starts now.
Papa Day. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Papa Day, Tautel Zigo, Zenifamilaku. My name is Lilian Opeña Guerrero, running for Jigo Mayor. Who can best serve you for the next 4 years? Vote your conscience. Your voice matters. Jigo has been my home since Typhoon Paka. We built our home here in Jigo over 20 years. My husband and I, my children and grandchildren. And we have made Jigo our home. We are concerned of the issues in our that we have stance in our platform, which is stray dog population, abandoned vehicles, lack of neighborhood street lights, inner roadway potholes, and this has been ongoing in this village for quite some time. Based on our stop and chat, Your Voice Matter, every Tuesday and Wednesday, people would voice their concerns regarding the village of Jigo. And that's why we're running under the platform of I Care. And our I Care program platform is we're accountable, accessible, reliable, and ethical. We can make a difference. Team Guerrero. Yes, we can. Thank you. Sidus Maasi, maraming salamat po. Please vote. We encourage you to vote in this upcoming election, number 3, on the Democrat side of the ballot.
Thank you. Next, Peter Pasquale. You have he's a mayoral candidate. You have 2 minutes to address the audience, starting now.
Hello, good morning, Chris and Sabrina. Thank you much for the invitation to take part in this, so our residents of Jigo can better understand on which candidate to vote in for their leader here in Jigo. My name is Peter Pasquale. I am a half Filipino, half Chamorro. Resided in the Tacano subdivision for over 40 years. I'm also a veteran with the Air Force Air National Guard for over 27 years. This would be my 3rd try as the running for the mayorship of Jigo. I have not stopped at that. I will try, and may the best man win and all. So what our platform will be is to establish our senior citizen and veterans one-stop information and assistance center. Spreading environmental awareness by participating in a recycling center program, and recreational solutions to have a proper walk and dog park, day or night market, upkeep existing recreational areas, and beautification projects. So for the message to our residents here at Jigo, Please vote intelligently, not with your conscience and not with the sentiments, but for the betterment of our community. Ladies and gentlemen, I am stepping up to the plate once again to serve you for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasquale. And now to the vice mayor candidates. We'll start with Ed Lujan, vice mayor candidate for the village of Jigo. Mr. Lujan, you have 2 minutes to address the audience starting now.
Today, I'm running for vice mayor of Jigo. Some of my goals, should I have the opportunity to serve you as a vice mayor, to implement programs for our youth and our men. Also to enhance safety and awareness within our community, foster and implement neighborhood watch systems, and also to improve the service to our community. I also want to identify within each section that you go, people who act serve as light, people to go to where we can interact with what's going on, keeping them updated in areas of what's going on within our village. They also want to be able to conduct audit mingling, keep everybody updated and what's going on, get some feedback from the community, and also, address issues that are ongoing. Okay, I would also work with the mayor and also other government agencies to work on the village beautification project and to work and improve on the SARU, the stray animal roundup program. Again, you're given the opportunity to serve, whether we're Republican or Democrat. Should we sit in office, we serve the people that we do. And that should be our main commitment. So again, I ask for your vote of confidence and your support on November 3rd on the general election. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next, we have Sylvia J. Flores, vice mayor candidate. 2 minutes to respond, starting now.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina. Good morning, KUAM team. Thank you for having us here. We truly are grateful for having this forum for us. My name is Sylvia J. Flores, and I'm running for the vice mayor of Jigo, along tandem with Peter Pasquale, a team that would be reckoned for. We ask you to, our platform basically is the leadership to take Jigo's toughest challenges and concerns of our villages and put them into action, and to see for it to succeed through the win. Pete and I will implement real solutions as your mayor and vice mayor, support services to the community, safety and beautification, recreational solutions to aid our villagers of all ages. We'd also like to see to complete the rebuild of Simon Sanchez High School, address issues with unpaved roads and utilities in our village. I was born and raised in Jigo, in the back road of Anderson. I'm a Chamorro daughter. On my father's side, I'm familiar in Camilo Cabeza, and I'm Dugong Pinoy on my mother's side. My upbringing is traced back to the back road of Jigo and Our Lady of Lourdes Church. My family are extended with 6 four-legged friends, and I'm residing currently right now in the Sala subdivision. I am an entrepreneur, a farmer, a big supporter for game, and a volunteer youth coach. And I'm also an Army National Guard veteran and a proud member of the LGBT community. So for the people of Jigo, we humbly ask you, it's time for real change. And this team has real change with the real solutions. So I ask you, let's bring back our community's pride. Please vote for Peter Pasquale and me, myself, Sylvia J. Flores. Let's bring real change with a strong plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Write-in candidate, Frank, no? Frank? Mr. Frank Guerrero. Frank, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question. I mean, your opening statement, starting now, sir.
Unmute.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Are we okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes? Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity of talking to you all and to the people that are viewing this program. My name is Francisco Guerrero. I'm known as Frank Guerrero, and I'm running for write-in vice mayor of Jigo. My background consists of 30 years as a command sergeant major for a special forces unit. And I've been to 2 wars, or 3 wars, 2 in Vietnam. I think with my leadership, along with Lillian's, I think we can affect some real positive changes to our village of Vigo. On my family background, I come from the Cabeza, the Sablan, and the Cueto Caetano. And I am truly, truly grateful for this opportunity to be in this kind of new work that I'm striving for. I'm currently an assistant general manager for the for Land Tours, part of the tourism industry, and I think I can use some of that experience in having people train in tourism and possibly get a job as a driver, as a ticket attendant, or those kind of related tourist function. But anyways, I'm looking forward to serving the people of Jigo, and I hope that they would give us an opportunity to just do that. And we go under the Team Guerrero. That's Lillian running for mayor, and I'm running for her assistant as vice mayor. I truly believe in her, in our goals and vision about what we want to accomplish.
Thank you, Frank. Time's up. Just to be clear, guys, they're husband and wife, and they're running for mayor, vice mayor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Team Guerrero.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Our first question, Sabrina Salas Mantanani.
What are your plans to address illegal dumping in Jigo?
Ooh.
Is this for me?
No, it's not, sir. We're going to start with Francis Lizama. Francis, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question starting now.
So illegal dumping, there is currently in existence laws that address illegal dumping and littering. The best way to address that is we have to be strict on enforcement. It's no different from a parking ticket. You get pulled over, you're fined, you pay the fine. So there is that law, and so we have to be the enforcers. It's sad that people don't take pride in our community, but if that's what we need to do, we need to be very stern with the enforcement. You know, and of course, fines, these are fines that people would have to pay that they would prefer to spend elsewhere. So I think that we have to again, be very strict on enforcement. There is the law against littering and illegal dumping. So that would be one of the ways that we can curb the issue.
Thank you. Mr. Lujan?
Thank you.
Mr. Lujan?
Okay, on the illegal dumping, kind of how I plan to handle that, and I have been working on that within my area. I live in Guajimalero, and people come in and send a dump truck. What I've created within my area in Guajimalero is we've created a neighborhood watch program with all the neighborhoods. What we do now is when vehicles come in that nobody's familiar with, we all receive a text. Everybody looks out for it. Then we find out they're dumping trash. We block them off. We've assisted GPD in stolen cars being chased into our area. We've blocked off the vehicles and assisted GPD in apprehending these guys. With the illegal dumping, if you have a strong neighborhood watch program and you have people taking pride in where they live, like within Guajimalero now, I've got residents that come out on their own after coming out, seeing that people are coming out there constantly cleaning the side of the road, cutting the grass. Now you got their kids coming out there doing it. They bag the trash, put it on the side of the road. We take it, we get rid of it. So when somebody else dumps, we all receive a text that some vehicles in here either stealing, scoping out the area. But whether it's somebody we know, we respond back saying, hey, this guy is coming up here. You know, we know who this is. If nobody knows, everybody's on the lookout. We're all vigilant within where we are. And the trash area to now where I'm proud of where I'm at. Guajimalero, you hear a lot of complaints about it. Try driving in there now. Within the past couple of months since we've implemented this neighborhood program and this neighborhood watch. especially with the flood, we go out, we check those people that we constantly checking on each other. How are you doing during the flood? Is it coming into your house? Is there anything we can do to come out there and assist? These are just some things that I aim to do and improve, especially with the neighborhood watch program. It'll help our community a whole lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan.
Mr. Lujan, can we just try? Do you want to try going out of the room and coming back in, because your audio is really?
There's a lot of feedback.
Yeah, there's.
Are you watching Facebook while you're doing this interview, or?
Oh. Is anybody drilling in the next room or anything?
I think that's my fan on my.
Maybe you want to turn off your fan because it's causing some interference. And then also, Lillian, can you and the husband either not talk when the other candidates are answering, or mute your microphone if you are going to talk? Because you're interrupting Mr. Lujan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
That's minus 2 points, Lillian.
Okay. Go Dodgers.
All right. Since we do have you guys on and your mic is go ahead and come back on.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes to respond, Lillian, starting now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to unmute now, Lillian. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
As part of our safety and health and welfare grant, our Basta Bumasula program would consist of cracking down on the illegal dumping. And just based on our stop and chat, residents of Jigo have given us so many ideas. So first of all, our Basta Bumasula is part of our safety and health and welfare grant. And part of that is our residents feel that having designated trash bins out in the community and having it adopted by business establishment or organizations that can upkeep the northern aquifer and to protect our waterlands. And that's one of many. And then we also have our electronic technology that we're trying to reach out to the grants and to see whether or not we can streamline the process by cracking down on these illegal dumping and posting these electronic devices to deter some of the illegal dumping. Also, we would like to have business establishment that is part of our community, not just Jigo, but is concerned of 90% of our waterlands is given to the island of Guam. 10% of that is only from the Fina Reservoir. So everyone should be concerned, not just Jigo. Everyone from the organizations such as the Guam Rotary Club, the Hotel and Restaurant Association, the Chamber of Commerce, all these people, the movers and shakers that comprise a business establishment that is also part of the Realtor Association. These people should be concerned that 90% of our waterlands is what we breathe on.
Time's up. Thank you. Let's go over to Francis Lizama. Francis, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question. Francis?
Yes.
Yes. You have 2 minutes to respond. Yeah, same question.
To the same question?
Uh-huh. Wait, did you
To
answer
the
already?
same question?
No, she already answered the question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Right on. What, did you want to give another answer?
No,
I'm just kidding.
Let's go to Mr. Pascual.
Yeah, Mr. Pascual, you have 2 minutes to answer.
Hey, for the on the illegal dumping, our residents need to be educated and aware, because without the cooperation of the community, the collaboration and the collective effort into, reducing or, correcting these issues with illegal dumping, it's going to be hard to actually control. Yes, we do have laws in place, laws that have not been enforced in the past. We need to do so, but at the same token, we need to educate our residents. Because a lot of folks are not able to pay. They can't even afford their trash bins. So one of the next steps is to work closely with EPA and the business community alongside with the residents, and we'll start a recycling program here in Jigo. But as long as we coordinate with EPA on the proper measures on doing so, and then we go out, take it a step and with the local community and educate, on proper disposal of their waste. And then hopefully, we can curb that issue down. It's not going to be curbed totally, completely, but at least slowly, step by step, we can curb it down to where everybody's aware of how important recycling is, and also how our aquifer up here north will be and how those affect them. So that's one of our plans to curb the illegal dumping is to work closely with EPA and alongside with our business community who are able to partake in such a program up here in Jigo, to where we want to make it, Jigo will be a pilot program for this recycling center.
Thank you, Mr. Pasquale. Thank you, Mr. Pasquale. We'll just go over to your running mate, Sylvia J. Flores, 2 minutes to respond.
Regarding the illegal dumping, definitely I totally agree. There's a law enforced. There is a law that is there to issue out citations. I think anybody who sits into office should enforce that law. It is exactly what Ms. Francis said, that it's like a driving ticket. And illegal, it's a big issue here in Jigo. And another way to actually do this is actually educate people. What I would like to see, or what we would like to see, is that each area, such as Sala Subdivision, Gallinero, Mount Santa Rosa, Anao, Bordalia Subdivision, each area or each area, I believe there's about 16 or 19 areas here in Jigo, get together in their own little areas and create their own little rules or how to work the trash problem issues out. And eventually, definitely, most educate people and work as a team. And we would also like to see a lot of the business communities come out and help out as well. But giving out citations, educating the community, working as a team, working together in different areas of the village, there should be no reason that we won't be able to control this illegal dumping. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guerrero, 2 minutes to respond to the question, starting now.
Yes, thank you so much. All these folks that have talked previously all have a very good point. And I just want to say that also we need to get the police involved in more presence in the village. And that may be a way for these folks to see that we are actually aware of what's going on and we're keeping vigilant. So the presence of the police around the village may help out. Education, I would like to maybe participate in our school here in Jigo and talk to the young children about how to curb this kind of problem. The other thing is I like to work with the Justice Department regarding the sentencing for those that are guilty of littering. I would like to use them in the community to help us out in going out there and policing up some of the things that they've been doing. And that may curb some of the ideas of littering in our village. If they know that if they're caught, they're going to be spending sometimes maybe policing around along the roads of Jigo, and that may help out as well. And so thank you for all those ideas. We all share the same ideas to make this village a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. What are you guys going to do about the stray dog problems in your village? We'll go ahead and start with Francis. Francis, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Chris. Well, definitely I will work with Department of Agriculture and Game to implement and promote the Stray Animal Roundup program. As you know that currently nothing has been done with the SARO program. And so, working with Game and Agriculture would be one of the things. There is also, again, the leash law. You see dogs out there running around, and it's sad because some of our residents claim they don't own a dog, but yet we see that constant feeding of these dogs. They continue to come around, and then they breed. What happens to those pups? They become stray animals as well. So, working closely with agriculture, GAIN, and of course the administration to fund the program, and also enforcing the leash law.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over to Mr. Pasquale, 2 minutes, starting now.
Yes, regarding the stray animals, the dogs, not only pick with dogs, but also livestock and other felines. Like I said in the beginning, on the first one, it takes up the cooperation with the community. Once they start feeding these stray dogs, they are legally theirs. But unfortunately, they decline to make claim, but yet they feel sorry for these animals, so they feed them, and then they start to breed. At one time, we had a group of interns from off island who came here in Guam and started for neuter and spading with these animals. So with we'll try to bring that back. We'll try to sponsor one of those alongside with GAIN. I say it's cooperation, collaboration, and collective effort. Because once at the end of the day, once all that effort comes into play, that's where transformation begins, and that's when you see change happen. And as one of the interviews with one of the doctors regarding COVID, it's the individuals, if they don't take responsibility, it will be a ongoing situation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over now to Lillian Guerrero. 2 minutes to respond, starting now, Lillian.
Thank you. As part of the stray dog population, and a former member and a member of the Guam, the ASPCA, I was also the president for the Guam SPCA for Society Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. I am an animal lover, and I don't believe in calling these dogs or animals. To eradicate the stray dog population through collaboration with efforts, with education and awareness through nonprofit organizations, which I have come in contact with through WhatsApp and through Zoom, also with government agencies and working together with a licensed veterinarian, which we have listed his professional work, and also with the Department of Agriculture. Resurrect our Guam SPCA, which I was the president, and collaborate with the National ASPCA. Sometime years ago, ASPCA was here working with GAIN, and they tried to come up with a program. I applaud our mayors of coming up with all these programs or whatever they had mentioned earlier, but none of them are working. They do not work. Gov Guam does not have the money. Agriculture has one person that collects dogs. So we're looking at GAIN and we're looking at agriculture. It's not going to work. We need to think out of the box, people. We need to think about what we need to do to eradicate the straw dog population is to ensure that we provide education and awareness and start the adoption program. There are so many organizations here in Guam that are advocates to stray dog, and the feral dogs that people, when they come around, they start feeding them. So that needs to be curtailed.
Thank you, Lillian.
We need to educate.
Thank you. Next, Ed Lujan, Vice Mayor candidate. 2 minutes, sir, to answer the question. Ed Lujan, Vice Mayor candidate. Yes, 2 minutes to answer, sir. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. As for the stray dogs, I know we have the SARU the stray animal roundup program, but it's not really obviously not working effectively. I believe because the dogs didn't just pop up on their own. We've got to educate our residents, and also I know with the leash laws there are applicable fines. It's simple as you got to learn how to tie your dogs, and believe it or not, it does not only apply to dogs. Where I live, we've seen carabaos running in through the yard, ripping out back door, sliding glass. I've called our mayor constantly, called GPD in regards to this, and nobody seems to be able to have a handle on it. If we educate our community to whatever you own, it's just like your kids. If they're a minor and whatever damage they do next door, you are held responsible as the owner, as a legal adult. I have 10 dogs at home, and most of them stay inside the house. They are all either locked up inside the house or they're in a kennel. I check them out once in a while, but within my area also, I've got a lot of neighbors that have been bit by dogs going to school. And there's nothing that they can do about it. We call, Game won't take the dogs right now because they're overly occupied right now. So as much as we chase the dogs, and these are the dogs that they throw back either on Route 15, and I know probably Pete, you probably have the same problem in Tacano. What they throw on Route 15 ends up within our housing areas. And it's what they do is they keep breeding, and then they keep breeding more and more. We do an eradication for pigs, and I believe that would help the problem. I mean, I know a lot of people out there love dogs, but we've got to go out there and we've got to do some sort of solution, and to at least cut it down in half. And a good way would do an eradication, like the way they do it on base. They do it up in North Westfield for pigs and deer.
Thank you, Mr. Luan.
Right.
What kind of dogs you got? 10 is like little dogs or?
I've got bullies.
Oh, wow. 10. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Let's go over to Sylvia J. Flores. 2 minutes to respond.
There we go. Regarding the stray dogs, that is definitely a challenge for many, many mayors in all the villages. I totally agree that we definitely also have to cooperate with everybody and try to educate everybody. And one of the things I would like to see is more OJTs, trainees, interns come in, like last year with Dr. Faye Vareyes, who is originally from Guam, brought in a team that helped spay and neuter dogs. Right now, Department of Agriculture only has one dog control officer. I'm hoping that they will also employ more, but for our village, I think we would have to assign a team to assess this issue, as well as go out and find out who owns them or try to catch them or set traps. I'm not quite sure about eradicating them, Ed, but just like you, I have bullies as well as I have a few adopted animals from Gain as well. I love animals, and I also agree with the carabao thing. We have that issue at Chalanemsley. It's not only dogs that are running around. There's quite a few other animals running around in our village. A lot of wild pigs as well. So we would really have to sit down and work together with the community as well as in the mayor's office, mayor's council, to make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guerrero, 2 minutes to respond starting now.
Thank you so much. Yes. In addition to what everybody says, which are very good ideas, I like to kind of reach out to the military, because we're having a problem with the military folks that raise dogs and all that, and then when they're ready to leave, they don't have the money to take the dogs with them, and they just leave them outside the gate. I'd like to reach out to the commander and see if they can help us in this, eliminating some of that incidents. And we have enough problem outside the gate, so maybe just a little help from them will actually help us in general. The fact is, the government needs to do something. We as a community, we don't have the sources. Now, here's basically what I like to see Lillian do. She's a very good grant writer, and she can sit down and maybe write a grant, requesting for a grant, so we can have ways to address this problem. hire people with the grant to come in and help us in the spaying of some of these dogs. It is very true, and I agree that that's one of the major things that we need to look at, spaying some of these dogs that are running around. And maybe that will make a difference. In the future, if we keep on doing this and the government takes more active, maybe get more people to work in that area, maybe we can get a better handle of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Wow, I wish we knew more about that carabao who ran through the sliding door. That sounds pretty crazy. Only in Jigo, I guess, huh? I just keep thinking of the cartoon when the animal runs through and it's the silhouette of the animal in the.
And that carabao is owned by one person. There's only one in Jigo.
Let's go ahead and you guys did great. Good job. We're going to move into our closing statement now, where you each have 1 minute to address the audience. And we'll go ahead and start with let's go ahead and start with Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, you have a 1 minute closing statement, and you can start with that statement now, sir.
All right, thank you. Again, I'm Edward Lujan, and I'm asking for your support. And I'd like to thank all my supporters out there, my family, my friends. I know we're going through a lot of stuff right now, especially with this pandemic. But I appreciate all your undying support, especially to my spouse, Annie. She's put up with a lot of stuff that I've been going through. Again, I humbly ask for your support on November 3rd on the general election, number 2 on the Democratic side of the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Francis, 1 minute closing statement starts now.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, people of Jigo, voters of Jigo. I humbly ask for your support this upcoming general election on November 3rd. Together, we can move Jigo for the better and to make it stronger. I'm number 2 on the Democratic side of the ballot for Jigo Mayor. I also ask that because All Souls is upon us next week, we continue to pray for our loved ones, and most especially those who died as a result of COVID. We also pray for their families for strength and hope, and for healing for those afflicted. Let's continue to stay safe by observing the 3 W's, wearing our masks, washing our hands, and watching our distance. Again, I humbly ask for your support. Number 2 on the Democratic side of the ballot, Francis Surulizama for Jigo Mayor. Thank you, Sidus Monsi, and maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Francis. Peter Pascual, 1 minute closing statement starts now.
Thank you, Chris. To my fellow residents of Jigo, once again, we are humbly asking for your support and your vote of confidence come November 3. As we said, we are here. We have the real chance with the strong plan. And we are here to seek solutions to the issues and not focus on the problems. That is our guarantee. Yes, with the cooperation, collaboration, and collective effort. We bring that every single day, and that's when transformation begins and change happens. So it's no such thing as no can, but how can. Jay and I, as your mayor and vice mayor, we are prior military personnel, retired, and we think outside the box.
Thank you.
And we can make things happen.
Thank you, Peter. Lillian Guerrero, 1 minute closing statement starts now.
Hakaday Jigo residents, thank you so much for the opportunity. My husband and I, both retired, still working. We're concerned and we care. As part of our platform also is that because we care, we are donating a percentage of our salary, should we prevail, to an organization that is beneficial to Jigo. And we'd also like to thank the residents that are homebound sick, that are often overlooked. So Jigo residents, Vote your conscience. Who can best serve you for the next 4 years? We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Team Guerrero. Thank you. Sa Diyos maasi. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Lillian. Let's go over to Sylvia J. Flores. 1 minute closing statement. Sylvia, go ahead and start now.
Afadain, magandang umaga po. To all the people, to the people for the village of Jigo, I humbly ask you to vote for us, PF 2020, for Peter Pascual and J. Flores, number 4 and number 1 on your ballot. It is time to take Jigo's toughest challenges and concerns of our villages and put it into action and to see it succeed. We will implement real solutions as your mayor and vice mayor. Support services to aid community, to build health and beautification, recreational solutions for our villages and our youth. And let's complete the rebuild of Simon Sanchez that's way long overdue. Let's address issues of unpaved roads and utilities. So to our beautiful people of Jigo, I ask you, let's bring back the community pride. Please vote Peter Pascual and Sylvia J. Flores. Real change with the real solution. Thank you. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. 1 minute closing statement starts now, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Once again, people of Jigo and those that are listening outside Jigo, this community is faced with the greatest challenge that they ever experienced in the last decade in this century. Now, we are faced with insurmountable situations, and it is for that reason that we need to select the most capable team to guide us through this very difficult journey that we have. I feel that both Lillian and I have that capability to provide that guidance and direction to make Jigo a safer, a more better place for all to live in. Thank you so much. Vote for me. And Lillian, I'm a write-in candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was everybody.
That's it. Good job, guys.
Viva Jigo!
And good luck.
Thank you.
Viva Democrat!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Viva
luck,
Democrats.
guys. Hey, let's all be friends
Bye-bye.
after,
Thank you.
okay? No sore losers.
Yeah, no, they're all
Go
Democrats.
Dodgers!
All right, stay safe.
That's the guys. Oh man, there's sweet spaghetti. Are you a sweet
Where?
spaghetti? Yeah, it's in there right
I
behind
was
you.
waiting for you to offer.
Yeah, of course. My bad. Yeah.
No, hey, you know what? We're gonna do our friends in Jigo one better because we're gonna make the spaghetti even more sweet. We're gonna put citrus in there just because we're dealing with Jigo.
Yeah. Calamansi.
That I've tried that and it is good.
Really?
Whoa.
Calamansi spaghetti?
Yes.
No, the sausage.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, there.
The hot
See?
dog.
Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
As long as you make it.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a promise.
Jason put a lot of hot dog in there.
Thank you again, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Okay, bye.
Take care.
Right on. Well, there you go. Taltal Jigo, those were your candidates. That's so interesting. A husband and wife running for mayor and vice mayor.
Especially, because he was saying, because Frank, he was saying, and his wife, when she came on the first time when we profiled him,
Yeah.
she goes, my husband is a retired command sergeant major, the highest enlisted rank you can get in the Army. He's a Green Beret. He's a leader of men. And he even said there, he goes, hey, the wife is the boss and I'm just running. I want to be her assistant. We want to improve our community. But that was pretty amazing.
I mean, what if a husband and wife, or a husband or a wife and wife, or whatever, ran for like governor, lieutenant governor? I'm just thinking out loud. Guys, Bree, good job today.
Good job.
Joe, sir, good job. Jason, as always, good job on the sweet spaghetti, bro.
We got a lot left over, man. I got to rethink that one tomorrow. I got to step up my game.
Maybe you could go to Dedito, the mayor, and give it. Then they could give it out with the.
I'm pretty sure.
Balloons in it for Joe, sir.
Yeah. All right, Master Control, Kengineer, but most especially to you guys for the support day in, day out here on the link. Appreciate it. Bree, what are you tracking anything today?
I'm tracking a lot of things today. We got to get hopefully if we can get the draft, I'll take it for the COVID-19 public health enforcement regulations and the fees. Janella was on the show. She said anywhere from $100 to $1,000 in fines for individuals, but we don't know what the what they'd be cited for.
I think it's like $200 if you don't wash your hand for 20 seconds.
And then $1,000 to $10,000 for private businesses. A lot of activity going on at the Guam Memorial Hospital. With moving COVID and non-COVID patients around because they need the space. They're going to be putting up the Blue Med tents.
Right, but they're not typhoon proof. We're anticipating some weather this weekend. So they were saying that
they're being strategically placed.
under the roof.
Right.
That's what she means by strategically placed. They're putting it under the roof.
Well, I'm working on something for tomorrow's show, guys, because Chris, you said...
I don't know if you... I don't even know if you're going to make it through the week, bro.
Well, you were saying the other day, because we really do want you guys to please stay home this weekend. You know, don't go trick-or-treating. It's honestly, I mean, I get it. You know, like the kids maybe look forward to it. We've talked to so many people that says you can do it at home. You can have fun. You can do it virtually. You can still make it an event for the kids. But we're going to come up with a... let's just say top 5 from each of us, the 4 of us in this room, of the top 5 Halloween movies, scary or otherwise, that you can watch so that you can have a fun Halloween at home.
What's an example of a not scary Halloween movie, Jay?
The Witches, the one with Bette Midler.
That was kind of scary.
Really?
I think I watched that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Bette Midler.
Yeah.
It's called The
I
Witches.
like Bette Midler.
Yeah.
Bette Midler. Do you guys know Bette Midler?
Fly, fly away. You make me fly so high. Thank you.
I was thinking
Thank God for you. The wind beneath my wings.
And prior to that, some say love, it is a river. Remember that? That's old school Bette Midler right there. That's The Rose.
Mm-hmm.
That's a karaoke go-to, right?
Oh my God, dude.
Not for me.
Okay,
Kidding?
before we go, top 3 karaoke songs on Guam. It's got to be Tristizu, Casamiento, and The Rose. You go to a proper Guam karaoke bar, you hear that 100 times a night.
I like a little Alanis Morissette.
Wow.
Of course, Eminem.
Yeah, Bree cranks out like
You know who's really good? Andy Wheeler does a really mean Garth Brooks that I got friends in a low place.
I wish we could do a karaoke on here.
We can. We can do it in the Zoom, guys.
Dude, let's have a karaoke party. Yeah,
it has to be tomorrow's songs, right?
It will be Broughton.
It has to be tomorrow's songs so it doesn't kill the feed.
Yeah. No, I think karaoke. I think you can do karaoke.
Well, then again, we'll probably be so tone deaf and everything. Facebook would never be able to figure out what song we're trying to sing anyway. So
maybe we should do that. It'll be a fundraiser. Like you donate and we'll stop singing.
Okay, guilty. Okay, sorry
Fun Day
again.
Friday. Karaoke.
Before we go, guilty pleasure I've developed over the last couple of weeks. The Kelly Clarkson Show on YouTube, dude. It is addictive. You ever watch it? No, it's a really good talk show, and she's got cool guests, and they're doing stuff virtually too. But it's a great show. Kelly Clarkson and I also have the same birthday.
Yeah. Make sure you bring your baseball glove in from left field, Jay, when you come back in. All right, guys. Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, the Carrier, and the Thrive Coalition proud to present today's episode of The Link, the Thursday, October 29th episode in Ordinary Time. It's 10:25. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you guys so much. Esta Gupa. Business! Whoa, Friday! Right on.
It's Thursday.
No, tomorrow's Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a little...
He's just preparing, warming up for tomorrow.
That's a little chessa for you. 10:26. Esta. Adios!
Curbside to Crib Fridays at 9:45 a.m.